Whoops. Hello. Hello, what's going on? Let me hide this. There you go. Hey. We're playing Bioshock 2 again. And by playing, I mean I'm gonna watch the developer commentary. 7. Hello. Uh we so here's the thing. Last time we started watching some developer commentary, and I'm drinking coffee right now. I kinda wanna just start off with the commentary because we missed the tape in Neptune's Bounty. So during that level, we missed the tape, walked right by it, and off stream after last time, I was like, oh, I have a little guide here. Let me go back for the tape. And I did. And the game crashed. And I was like, all right, well, screw this. I'm not doing that. So I was like, kind of upset. I wanted to watch all of them. And I found some guy who was like, oh, just open up the save data and change the value that you found it to true, and you'll unlock all of them. And so I did that. There to play all of them. Like, I guess we'll start from the top. And I got a cup of coffee, so I might be a little. I didn't know you spoke French. Yeah. I actually came from French class today. I've been taking it for about a year and a half, so I'm still not very good. But since I speak English and Spanish, I can work out French. You know, I'm getting there.
Hey, I'm Jeff Keighley here in Boston to go behind the scenes to hear some untold stories about the
It's a
making
little
of
low. I'm gonna
Bioshock
turn this guy up.
with Ken Levine and Sean Robertson.
Jeff Healy, who is that guy? I know last time someone was like, hey, it's the guy. And I was like, who the hell is that guy? He runs the Game Awards. Oh,
Let's talk a bit about the theme and setting of
well, that's cool.
Bioshock Rapture. I think a lot of people, when they played the game for the first time, Ken, they wondered, how did you even dream up this place? And I know you've said publicly before that part of the
I didn't
reason
realize he was famous.
what led you to Rapture was this idea of fully simulating a place. Tell us about that sort of idea and the frustrations you had with other games where you sort of hit a bound.
I think our philosophy was always to do what we were doing.
So Ken Levine,
100%
creative
rather than
director,
try to do something
worked
bigger
on
and do it
System
50%
Shock
or
2,
40%.
Bioshock,
So one of the ideas of
not
Mr. Bean and
Bioshock
System Shock
2,
2 as well,
and then he
where
came back
you
for Infinite.
focus on an area that you can really bring to life, and you kind of eliminate the questions of, well, why can't I go over the bridge to New Jersey? So we were able to really make a place, I think, that felt believable and real, even though in actuality it was really quite limited. But we just sort of dressed it with all these buildings outside that were all, basically glorified fakes. We let the story drive what we needed to show rather than some kind of like predetermined
Never
map.
played 3. Do you recommend 3?
It's a little different than like System
I'm
Shock
gonna
2,
be
where
real
we
with you.
actually mapped a
I've
spaceship
played
out
like
deck by deck.
Yeah.
half an hour
I
of
don't know
3.
what the philosophy felt a little different.
And unfortunately that game just kind of starts with cutscenes.
Sort of stacked on top of each other.
So I never got through it. I'll get through it eventually.
Although you guys originally,
Um,
Sean, were
and
talking
I've
about
heard good
doing
things
this
about it.
game on a
And
sort of
since I like
simulation,
speedrunners,
right?
I know
Yeah, when we
Bioshock
first
Infinite
started
has a
talking
great
about
speedrun.
what the spiritual
But,
successor to Bioshock 2 is going to be.
Yeah,
Spaceship came up,
I've never
but
played
again,
it.
we
I've never
wanted to
played it
limit
enough to
environment.
recommend
We
it.
didn't necessarily want to do Spaceship again. And our first actual exploration of this space was underwater, but ultimately ended up.
Oh,
Looking
here's
at the
some
spaceship. We
concept
definitely
art
have a couple
of Bioshock
seaweed
1.
prawns outside, and that started to push us towards what artistic statement that
Visual
we wanted to make
test
to
right
make this
there.
look different and
Before
what
they
was sort of
decided
set for the
underwater.
world. How at every turn we were going to try to remind the player that they were in fact underwater and that this wasn't a spaceship.
And
Hello,
how,
Snacks.
underwater, we obviously know you did underwater, then sitting in the sky. Like, where did you come with the idea of like doing this underwater?
I think there was probably a conversation. It's like, well, what kind of places could be cut off from other places?
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Yeah,
spaceship,
yeah.
summer
Bioshock
camp,
Infinite
any
has a
island notion, right?
has a
Something
mod
that's cut off
to
from the rest
remove
of the world.
RNG
So you never
from a
felt like
certain
you
vending
should
machine.
be able to go over
Yeah.
the bridge to New Jersey.
necessary for
wanna
the
apply some deep and
speed
meaningful
run.
conversation. I think it was one of those
And also
ideas that you just kind of
Bioshock
say,
Infinite
and
has a
everybody goes,
restricted
that sounds cool.
category
Let's try that.
because it's
Let's go for it.
I think it
if
lended
you
itself
set
to
if you have a
having
nice
very nice
graphics card,
views out the window without having
the
to go
higher your
insane
frame rate
amount of
is, the
unique
easier it is to
assets.
clip through
By
walls. So they
today's standards,
actually
you
had
still
to
were a
make
small team back
rules
then.
to
And
prevent
there's an
people with really
expectation that
high-end
because you're
computers
underwater,
from just
the
dominating the
view
category.
distances are going to be short, so you can really kind of fade out into the fog
But if
at a
there was
short
like an
distance and not have the
unrestricted
expectation that why
any
can't this thing
hardware
work?
goes
So there's a
category,
lot of
yeah,
limitations
a
in a good way
a
that we put
really
on
nice
ourselves
computer would
by being
you
underwater,
just
as
walk through
opposed
the
to like
walls.
if you're on a cruise ship, then you'd expect to see across the water, and we'd have to deal with that. Same thing with an
Snacks,
island.
what's
Or
going on,
understand
man?
the
It's like
sky.
midnight.
Yeah, exactly.
You're still
It
up?
was a lot more complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you came up with the idea of let's do this underwater, let's do this sort of isolated place. Then you had to answer the question of, why would someone build this? Is that sort of how it worked, sort of order of operations? You then had to
You
come
woke
with
up
a
like 2
story to
hours ago.
explain?
Yeah, I think we wanted a
Don't
very
you-
believable
What
reason
time
why
zone
we'd be
is
there.
that?
And sort of
What
the
time zone's your country?
necessary isolation of
Is that
the
like
place
Eastern time?
sort of led to, well, what
Central
kind
time?
of person would want to do this?
US?
And I wasn't even particularly aware of the sort
Eastern?
of political implications of what I was reading. but I
Jesus
was
Christ, you
reading,
woke up at
I
2 in the
think,
morning?
Fountainhead,
Right.
by Ayn Rand, and I mostly thought it was an interesting
Vampire mode?
story. Like I didn't realize that people were sort
Oh,
of
I love
basing their
what Kevin says
sort of
here.
political lives around it, because I wasn't that tuned in to that stuff at that point. And
Where he
so-
says-
but I love the
He says he didn't
the
really
dialogue
care
kind of
about
stumbled
Andrew
upon.
Ryan.
You can see a
He just
video
made Andrew
footage of
Ryan
each
as like the
character
mayor,
speaking with that
and
kind
then
of
he didn't realize people would
certainty
get like
and kind of
super political
confident,
about him, which I think is super funny.
it just seemed like a natural kind of thing to apply to this place. And so it just sort of all came together as a sort of who is the guy who would do this? Well, that character. It was sort of this amalgamation of characters from Ayn Rand's books and Ayn Rand herself. This sort of idealistic person who says, well, the only way
I'm gonna crank the
is to
volume
separate
just a
from the
tiny
rest
bit
of
on
the
them.
world. And that led to Andrew Ryan.
There we go.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow, it belongs to everyone.
We knew from a technical standpoint that we wanted isolation. We also knew to sell it, we needed a compelling storyline, a backstory that why would this place exist? Otherwise, how are we going to make Rapture feel like it's lived in if we don't have the reason for it to be there? So once we decided on the underwater location and then the closed off spaces, that objectivist story kind of came in and made the art stronger and made the level design stronger because we could feed back into that loop.
And I think that's why we had to have sort of Andrew Ryan's pitch right at the beginning of the game. We wanted people to understand why somebody would go there. And so he makes this very personal one-to-one pitch to the gamer, but also that was the pitch he'd make to people, which was, there's a place that you can be free of all these things, where you can not be sort of put upon by the government and not be afraid of nuclear war and not be afraid of all these other things that will plague you on the surface. We wanted that pitch to sort of resonate and make sense, because that's otherwise by the time you got there you'd be like, well, this place is just fantasy, nobody would ever come here. And that the beauty of the place was also tied into that. It had to be a very attractive proposition, or people who would believe that people would go leave their lives and go to the bottom of the ocean.
I'm sure in some ways you had to convince the team and enroll them in your sort of vision of who this character was going to be and what the setting was going to be. How did that work, Sean? I mean, did Ken come in and say, hey, I've been reading these books, and I think we could sort of...
I believe he just came in one day on a horse and said, Ayn Rand, everybody read the Fountainhead.
Exactly. I bought 30 copies of
Yeah, I think,
Here's a 2,000-page book or something.
Yeah.
Go read it.
I mean, it really is more organic. Like I said, we knew that we had this location, and you struggle to fill it with stories, and you struggle to find meaning of why does this place exist? What's my motivation? And as Ken started to explore Ayn Rand a little more and started talking to us about it,
Ooh,
and
concept
were
art?
having that conversation, and it's like, oh, this could totally work. Like, this is exciting. Like, this is something that really hasn't been done in a video game before. And if we had flipped it and come up with the idea first before the location, I don't think we would have really been that excited about it. But we had a location, and now we're trying to fill it with that story. And because of the order of operation there, you start to get excited, like, oh, I could totally make this work. This is going to really make it feel like a lived-in space.
You know, as you think of sort of the the setting, and you think of maybe a character or something, was there a moment that you think back, it's like, oh, like right then and there, like I got excited when you attached the
For me, it was
going.
it was going to Rockefeller Center and seeing the visual.
Uh-huh.
So I told this story before, but my wife and I were in New York, and we went to Rockefeller Center, which was, if you go to Rockefeller Center, it basically looks exactly like Rapture. It's because every building, you're sort of encircled. It's this block in New York, or a couple of blocks in New York, where Radio City Music Hall is, and where 30 Rockefeller Plaza is, where you see that show 30 Rock, and the ice skating rink, and where they put the Christmas tree, and it's this very iconic location. But what's cool about it, it's all one, unlike the rest of the city. Everywhere you look, it's one architectural style. It's Art Deco. And it's very iconic Art Deco. And my wife and I were there, and we were sort of working on the game, and we didn't have a visual style. And all of a sudden, I started looking around, and I said, oh, this could be a visual for the game. Also, the geometry of it was actually quite conducive to making a video game, because it wasn't overly complicated geometry. Art Deco is quite
Bold and simple.
Bold and geometric, and simple. And so my wife and I bought a couple of tourist cameras before iPhone cameras,
exactly.
you know.
Throwaway cameras,
Yeah, throwaway cameras, those little Kodak things, and we just started photographing.
Just like that, disposable
doorknobs
cameras.
and light fixtures, and just sort of
He found his art inspiration.
Developed the photos. Remember that? Brought them in and said,
come to the office. Here's a stack of stuff.
Here's a stack of
Sean,
photos.
take a look.
I'll see you guys in a couple of years. Go make this.
City where the artist would not fear the censor.
Let me get some photos of Rockefeller Plaza, actually.
Where the great would not be constrained by the small. And with the sweat of your brow, Rapture can become your city as well.
So you had kind of a theme. You came up with an art style, some of the iconic characters, and then you really had to build the narrative around it. And you've talked about a lot of the themes in the game, and greed, jealousy, sex, violence, all the things that sort of drive us or what destroy us. And that was something I think that as you thought about the story of the game, you wanted to, I'm sure, reflect some of those, right? Because I think people love the characters. It's sort of flawed in a way, and this is a world which is its own little microcosm, but had a lot of tension inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, the character of Ryan was sort of, he's basically invisible through most of the game, right? Except for a very small portion. But he's very present because he exists, the city is him, right? It's such a representation of him. We never want to cut away to a cutscene where you saw Andrew Ryan, planning and scheming. We wanted him to be very present without actually being present. But once you had Ryan, and once you had his desire to protect this vision of his, you just had to then come up with the characters who'd be arrayed in opposition to him. So we had this character, the Big Daddy, and then eventually the character of the Little Sister. And so characters like Tenenbaum came along, like, here's a person who's in opposition to him for this reason. And then you have, for more noble reasons. And then you have a character like Atlas, who's much more cynical opposition. Once we had all those characters arrayed, we're like, well, who are you?
So,
and
playing Bioshock for the first time was an amazing experience.
Of all this opposition to Ryan.
I'll agree with you,
kept her homing
but the first time I saw this game wasn't me playing it. The first time I saw this game was,
integral part of what this story.
I think it was an E3 trailer, and it looked so strange that it hooked me. Just it had the style. The art direction's insane. But it was like the alpha footage when he injects himself. It was the small green needle. Actually, let me get a photo of that too. I bet you I could find one. Okay, well that's the first section there. I have a photo of Rockefeller Plaza. There you go. So you see, oh yeah, you could see some of the Art Deco there. And I could see how that fits for a game. Neat. Yeah, it's the same font and everything. Big, iconic, oddly low poly though. I didn't take a photo of the other direction though, so Let's watch the next one.
Bioshock was groundbreaking in many regards when it released in 2007, though fundamentally it shared many consistencies with Irrational's System Shock series. What elements of System Shock translated into Bioshock, and what was refined, altered, and innovated upon to create the world of Rapture? Let's take a look at the long road from System Shock to Bioshock. Everyone knows where the game ended up, but I think fans would be interested to learn where this game or the idea of doing this game started. And I think folks know System Shock and the legacy of that game, huge fan base. Did it start as a System Shock game initially?
No, I mean, because
Okay.
we didn't have the
Rights?
rights to that,
Yeah.
right? We kind of felt that there was more game design mind there. That it was sort of, we did that one game, and it was sort of the first game that really combined shooting and RPG, and it was a very small budget. It was a very small team, and it was the first game we had ever done. So we got pretty lucky, I think, in terms of how well it came out. But the odds were sort of stacked against it. And the team, was really enthusiastic about doing a game like that. And time had evolved, and the team was much more. We had done a bunch of games together, and we had a stable technology base.
So he's
and we were
talking
like, okay,
about
well,
System
should do-
Shock
which
2.
System Shock 2 was not. I mean, that engine.
1999.
No game had ever shipped on that engine.
Right.
It was a very crude piece of
And
technology. Most
he's
of us
talking
never
about
shipped a
developing
game at the
Bioshock,
time.
and
It's
this
like,
is
well, what
already
if
like
we had a stable technology base, we
2005,
had a team that was more
2006.
experienced and more seasoned, and we had an actual.
So there was
art
a
director,
decent amount of time
which
between
we
them.
didn't really have on System Shock 2. What could we do? And so I think there was a lot of enthusiasm in the team to really try to do a more mature version of that kind of game.
Kind of embarrassing you never played them. It's not embarrassing. They're old games, and they are niche. Yeah, you shouldn't feel compelled to have to play
So
something.
This is before we had sold the company to Take-Two,
Um,
and we were an
the
independent
System
developer,
Shock
right? We
remake
were
did
sitting
make
there,
the first game more
using the money we
accessible,
made from other development deals we
but
had, and we
it's
would try to scrape together
it's
whatever
still an
time
old
money we
game.
had to work on this thing.
It's still a very
It was
old
not
game at
actually
heart,
something I was
and
particularly
it is
keen on doing.
it
The
is
team
rough.
was much more keen on doing
Like it doesn't have the modern
System Shock-ish
stuff.
game
It's
than
kind
I
of
was.
strange that it was so popular because it's really
I mean,
punishing.
there was an actual System Shock
Right.
3 that we were pitching
Okay.
back in the day when we were right after System Shock 2, but that never happened.
Right, yeah.
We couldn't get anybody interested because System Shock 2 sold like 5 copies, right? And so, as the business guy, the guy who
Right.
not
And
only just
even
write the content,
even
but the guy who would
Kevin
go out and get the
there
deals and
says
pay everybody.
System Shock
I
2
wasn't
was
particularly
a
excited about doing
commercial
this because
failure.
It was very disappointing.
People didn't buy it because it was kind of rough. Later on, people were like, "Oh, it's so artsy. The characters are so good. I love Shidon." And then you're like, well,
I wasn't super excited about
no one
it
bought it
because
back in
I
the
didn't
day because it
see
kind of
how
sucked.
I didn't see a publisher be interested in it, and I didn't see
People who
the
played back
audience
then
actually be particularly
used to be
interested
much more willing to
in it.
engage
It
with
was really
game
the team who
mechanics.
convinced me to
Not necessarily.
invest in this.
You were
Their
given a
enthusiasm. I think lot of
manual,
them came to the studio
and you were
because of
expected to read
System
it.
Shock 2.
You
And
know,
so finally,
that manual was like the Bible.
battered me down.
There were
And it's good
no
they did
tutorials.
because I was
Shit
not
was
the
just
first
rough.
fan of doing this.
And I know initially there was something called
I'm
the
glad we
Serene
moved past
Dawn.
that.
That was a spaceship,
The
or
name
what
of
was
it.
that?
No, that was
It's the name of a cult, right?
Cult,
Oh,
Yeah,
cult.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
That one's, I think, been lost to the. If I remember correctly, Serene Dawn was a cult. You were playing as a deprogrammer that was infiltrating the cult, and your name happened to be Carlos Coelho, who was one of our programmers at the time.
It's named after him, yeah. Then there was a story notion that I was.
So
really
this
found
is- they're
interesting,
talking
which was that
about,
you have these cults, and you have sometimes people.
A morally questionable
these
story
characters who are really
that never made it
live
off the
on
drawing board.
edge of the gray morality, which is these guys who come in and essentially kidnap people out of these cults or rescue them, depending on how you look at it. Because what it really is, from a functional standpoint, it's a kidnapping, right? You're coming to an adult and you're saying, you're hired by their parents or whoever. And this was in the story, was like a senator whose daughter was join one of these religious movements called the Serene Dawn. You said,
Yeah,
the
Serene
Serene
Dawn,
Dawn, and I always thought that was a really interesting tension of this hero who's basically a kidnapper, and taking a young woman against her will out of the place that she was in. Now, you could also make the other argument that, well, she was not really there by her will. But there's a really interesting conversation that goes on there. I think there was actually a Kate Winslet movie, a Harvey Keitel Kate Winslet movie, which dealt with a similar theme. Because usually you hear that story, you know, these deprogrammers as a sort of heroic kind of notion. But I always thought that, well, there's something interesting about agency going on there, and about are people entitled to make bad mistakes, or is it a bad mistake? It all depends on the person. And I'm not a fan of religious.
He's referencing the Kate Winslet movie called Holy Smoke
discussion of
from 1999
and independent decision making. And I thought that idea was cool, and that was sort of the basis of it for a while. But it was really mostly for the purpose of, we needed something to go out and pitch to publishers, and so we didn't have a ton of time to really develop it. So that sounded like, all right, this will do for now.
And was that pre-Underwater City? I mean, this was just like an idea for a story.
We may have stepped away from that to do the cult thing, but then we went back to the underwater.
No, we had that one room, remember?
We had the one World War II room with the roaches on the ground and like these weird test tube things that you could walk around. I don't know where that fell. It could have been underwater. There was no windows.
The thing is, we were a small business, right? And we were trying to like figure out a way to sell this thing with spending the least amount of money, because we didn't have any money. We didn't have a pot to piss in. So we would do this demo. That was one room basically, just to show. And I'd write up a document, and we'd take it around. I'd fly around the country, and be like, "Here's our room." It was a different time, you know. And
we had just come off of SWAT 4. One of the advantages we had is that we were so familiar with that engine at that point that we could really start cranking through, small rooms and lighting and making things look good. So
I took it on the road to sell it to somebody, and nobody cared. We'd go to a publisher, and look, they have to make money, right? And then we'd say, we say, oh, it's sort of a spiritual successor to System Shock 2, and they'd be like, well, how did that sell? And I'd be like, my mom likes it, and they would be like, well, we can't, and usually we'd be talking to a fan. A lot of executives, like sort of junior executives, were fans of System Shock, and they go to their boss and they'd be super excited, and their boss would open up, their Excel spreadsheet and be like, no, we can't do this. And I think the pitch probably evolved as we kept trying different permutations trying to sell, but we're also out there trying to sell like 2 or 3 other things at the time. We had a pitch for a game called Monster Island, and
well, our SWAT 5 pitch was
Zombie SWAT.
Yeah, we had just come off of SWAT 4, which is like hardcore tactical, and we decided they wanted us to do another SWAT, and we didn't really want to do another hardcore tactical game, so we're like, what if we added zombies to SWAT? Like, you're a SWAT team that fights zombies and werewolves. That sounds awesome. And it was like, no, it doesn't.
And this is before, before zombies were a thing.
Yeah.
And so we came up with this thing called Division 9.
Division 9, yeah.
That probably would have been even a bigger financial success than Bioshock.
Wow.
But we couldn't get anybody interested in it.
We didn't have enough werewolves in the demo, I think.
We had 0 werewolves in the demo. Yeah, we were going to have werewolves, weren't we?
Werewolves and vampires. That was the
whole, really?
Yeah,
werewolves, vampires, zombies?
Imagine that. They could have canceled Bioshock for a werewolves and vampires tactical shooter.
What happened was we couldn't sell it, but we were always sort of independent-minded. And so I said, well, what if we sort of did this in reverse? Instead of getting a publisher first and then doing a press tour on it, what if we sort of did the press first? Yeah. And we called up a guy, Andrew Park, who's at GameSpot at the time, who was a fan of System Shock.
Good thing they didn't. Well,
great guy, and I said, well,
I mean, that's just how things go, right? You have a concept, you see what sticks, what sells.
And Andrew flew out, and we showed him what we had, which is this very, very rudimentary thing.
There's some alpha footage.
And he wrote up an article and sort of featured as like, this is the spiritual successor to System Shock 2. And the next day, the phone started ringing from publishers who now all of a sudden saw the article was getting all this pickup.
Deserves a Twilight PvP game. Wouldn't that be lit?
And that really,
that sounds good to me.
In terms of being able to sell it,
like,
even though it was not.
Like, remember those those movies with that Kate Beckinsale wearing latex?
We never would have sold it without.
And the vampires had, fucking silver bullets, and the werewolves had bullets with fucking that glowed blue and shit. That would have been a cool PvP game. I'm saying wait. Underworld. Was there Did Underworld ever get a movie game? I feel like it would have been big enough to, right? Let me see. Oh my god, it did. Oh my god, it did. It got a top-down shooter in 2004. God help us. I'm gonna get that CD. Alright, but before we go to the next one. Yeah, it says here. Underworld Eternal War. 2004 top-down shooter. PS2 game. And it was planned for an Xbox PC release, and they were canceled. That's how you know it was shit. All right, well, that's on the. I'm keeping this tab open. That's gonna be on the back burner. I have the E3 demo video that I saw when my first look at Bioshock, and this is so early that the designs are not actually finalized. So there's some stuff that looks different in this. Let me go window capture. There you go. Select the window. There you go. Let me mute that.
A man has a choice. I chose the impossible.
There we go.
I built a city where the artist would not fear the censor, where the great will not be constrained by the small,
Ah, pre-rendered
where the
shit.
scientist would not be bound by petty morality.
Classic E3.
I chose to build rapture. But my city was betrayed by the weak. So I ask you, my friend, if your life were the prize, would you kill the innocent? Would you sacrifice your humanity? We all make choices, but in the end,
Oh, it's us.
choices make us.
Come here, child. Right, no glowing eyes. What do you think that's gonna do, dude? Oh, I remember that. Oh! There's a needle, the green needle. Damn. Like, without the context of knowing what Bioshock is, that's just insane. Like, that was such a hook. That was such a hook. I saw that, and I was caught. As soon as I saw that trailer, I was like, oh shit. Oh, there's no way they could fuck that up. Like is such a good trailer. You know, and it's pre-rendered, right? Pre-rendered bullshit, whatever. But it has a hook. It has a hook. It has, you know, a narrative. It has a character talking to you. It has things you don't understand. Gross body horror. I wish they went harder on the body horror, to be honest, because the way the insects popped out of your arm is much grosser than it ended up being in game. But oof, ooh, ooh, that gave me shivers. Next video. Oh, might be. Hold on.
A broader console audience.
There you go.
Ultimately, the team succeeded in creating an intricate system of weapon and character upgrades that gave the player choice and customization while keeping the gameplay fast, lean, and engaging. One of the hallmarks of Bioshock, to me at least, was that it really blended RPG and sort of first-person action game together in a way that, you know, is sort of standard today, but a decade ago was really pretty revolutionary. And I know for the team, I think at some point it became clear that you wanted this to work on consoles, not on PC, right?
Well, both, yeah.
Yeah. But so the idea of, you know, doing a console game and a PC game and doing something that sort of felt like a shooter but had much more depth. And I know in some of the early design docs you talked about sort of creating an FPS plus versus an RPG light. What was the difference in your mind between those two?
I think for us is the big difference between System Shock and Bioshock ended up being that System Shock was more about your character growth and Bioshock was more about the environment. Because with System Shock, we really didn't have System Shock 2. We didn't really have either our team to make enough assets or the visual power to sort of make a really convincing environment. But as we started working on Bioshock, the art team was so strong that the ability to tell a story within the environment became the most important thing about the game. And that was sort of not something we thought right at the beginning. That was not really a concept we had. But as we started building things, we could realize that the visual world was the star of this thing. The Rapture was really the star of this thing. And telling the story outside of cutscenes, telling it in the world, so the gamer could discover the story rather than us telling him the story, telling him or her the story. And it was still very much for the time, I think for the time, quite different than what you had seen in terms of there wasn't a lot of growth in shooters. So It was still, I think, for the time, very, very revolutionary. But I think System Shock 2 was even more ahead of its time in terms of that growth thing because we defocused a little bit. Primarily, part of it was just figuring out how to do that all on a console controller was very tricky.
No, I remember even the early demos, and people like, you know, you see a plasma, you see like a upgraded weapon, people are like, oh, I've never seen that before in a shooter. And that was, you know, when you were coming out of the sort of, you know, the Quake, Doom, Half-Life, where it's like you have, you know, 8 weapons on the keyboard, and you sort of knew what they were, and they weren't going to change. Yeah. Sean, was that something that, you know, from a sort of creative standpoint, was it always clear that that was something you guys wanted to do, or it evolved over time because you wanted to have more depth in the game?
I mean, it certainly evolved over time, and each upgrade path was slightly had its own unique challenges. Like certainly upgrading the weapons, you had to design a base weapon that didn't feel like crap, still felt like something that you wanted to use, but then the ability to add the upgrades to that, and each of the upgrades can come in any order, so you have to be aware that this, parts A, B, and C could come in at any different time to upgrade the weapon. In a first-person shooter, that's your star. That's the thing that you're seeing all the time. When it comes to other things, plasmids, things that are,
Tonics.
Tonics, yes, sorry. It's been a while.
Come on, Sean.
I know, it's 10 years. Those things were more offloaded to machines
Lol.
that you would then...
He doesn't even remember the name of
so you're
the
not
perks.
inventory around with you. But each of these decisions on how we're going to upgrade the player, it wasn't like a mouse and keyboard. Okay, we can just use the mouse, and you have all these buttons at your disposal.
You could arbitrarily point at a part of the screen really easily, which you could do in System Shock 2.
Yeah, so we certainly learned trial by fire when we were trying to adapt these things to the console at the time.
Yeah, and like having different ammo types and stuff like that. Like we went through numerous iterations of the
Oh,
interface
alpha
to make
footage?
it. We had the first times we sort of put the interface into play. it was very obtuse and very tricky to get your head around, and we just kept working on it and working on it and working on it because we want to feel like second nature. But that was, we spent a lot of time on that.
What motivated the idea of having so much choice in the way you could sort of play through this game? What was it to give the player a better sense of authorship over the experience, or what was driving that?
I've always liked the idea of giving the player a lot of agency in terms of their play style and experimenting with the play style and trying different things and seeing what worked and didn't work and interacting with the environment. The notion that it's sort of a playground that you get to play around with and imprint your own desire on was great, because I think we were more skeptical about being able to do that with story at the time. In fact, so much to the point where that became almost like a joke. That becomes the meta joke of the game, of how little agency you have in your story. But agency in terms of how you play the experience and how you load out your weapons and how you interact with the environment, as compared to most shooters at the time, where basically like you can shoot them with a shotgun or shoot them with the the pistol. That was really important to us. So we spent a lot of time trying to make the world react in a way that you would expect and hope it to react when you tried something.
Right.
And some of those system or decisions we made about systems fed back into the narrative, like locking Adam behind Big Daddy and the little sister. Like, you can't get Adam unless you deal with the Big Daddy, which then becomes a roving boss fight, which then becomes another system that I don't know if we planned that from the start or was one of those happy, like, serendipity, like, oh, this decision that we made about putting Adam behind the Big Daddy totally works because now we have a different type of boss fight that you hadn't really seen in other games.
Actually, it was bad. It was the other way, because what happened was originally there was no concept of Adam, and Big Daddy just had money and other treasure on them, like every other splicer. Yeah. And they were so tough, nobody would ever fight them, because why on earth would you go after that guy?
Right, go off a bunch of small slicers and get the same amount, yeah.
So we had to come up with a currency that was exclusive to them, because we knew that was where the fun was, right? But we also knew people were terrified of them, and we didn't want to fight them.
Oh, they did it mechanically first.
Video game development and system development is a lot like economics, right? In economics, you try to encourage certain behaviors through tax, usually through tax policy. Well, you want business growth, so you lower taxes on certain segments of the business economy, or you want to encourage, people to move into this area, so you make incentives to move in here. We had to make an incentive for players to fight the Big Daddy, and Adam became that incentive. And then once you had this Adam, then you had a new piece of narrative, which they could then incorporate back into the story.
An old tasty Adam I can drink.
Stay away from her, or it is you who will be shot next.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a wee bit of Adam. Just enough to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
Talk a bit about the plasmids and the vending machines and that sort of whole approach to, I guess, what is kind of a tech tree, but, and coming from PC games, used to strategy games and whatnot with very complicated ways of how you would upgrade things. I thought you guys did you had a really interesting approach to how you made it very accessible to a console audience. How did that evolve? Did you know the vending machines were going to be there from the get-go?
Well, we had vending machines in System Shock 2, so we were sort of lifting that, and I always thought that was a fun notion because it's a affordance that people already understand. They see a vending machine, they know immediately, oh, that's where I buy stuff, right? Yeah. And you also then have to have a shopkeep. When we talked about wanting to make things, put limitations on ourselves so things felt fully believable. Yeah. If we had a shopkeeper sitting there, you can't shoot him. He sits there, he doesn't say anything. Right. And all of a sudden he feels fake, where a vending machine, the Circus of Values machine, can feel 100% authentic. Despite the fact that it's selling like ammo and stuff like that, which is,
But in an objectivist society where you don't have rules and regulations on that type of thing, it feeds back into the narrative.
But you don't then break the fiction at all by having these characters who sort of don't really live and breathe in the world. So the vending machines became an important part of that, but we still want to give them character, and hence and so that clown image came from a piece of, that image is actually from like a fruit container or something from like the 1940s. Okay. And so we had a book of like royalty-free images, and I saw that image, and I'm like, let's put that clown on it, and we'll call it Circus of Values. And then, we wrote some lines for it, decided he'd be this sort of asshole clown, and then we hired the best actor in the world to play that part. That was me.
It was him.
My biggest Avengers, I didn't cost anything.
I didn't know you were really.
I
That's
was
your
a clown.
voice.
Yeah,
No.
I was a clown.
I hear it in my head every day.
My wife hates that voice. She hates that voice.
You can give us a little of it right here.
Welcome to the Circus of Values. She does not allow me to do that, so I
okay.
do it outside of the house.
Okay.
But it allowed us to have something that felt very rich and very real, while being very limited at the same time.
Feel your cravings at the Circus of Values.
And also, the plasmids and sort of the motif of sort of the videos and how you explain sort of what a plasmid was. That was a really fun way, I thought, to sort of explain that. Sean, how did you guys evolve that? Because it was a very artistic approach.
I think those came on pretty late too, because we were developing all these systems, and you make the assumptions because you're dealing with them every day that the player who gets this game is going to understand what these systems are. And we always joke that you can't ship a developer with a game, or you can't expect somebody to have a README file for all of these things. Nobody's understanding what these plasmids are or how to use them. How do we present these to the audience in such a way that they're going to understand what it is fictionally and what it is functionally? It was Rob Waters did a lot of the animations on those, and we sit down and we write out like a little 30-second commercial of what this thing is. And again, because going back to the narrative, this is what would happen in Rapture. People are trying to sell these things, so they would come up with commercials to explain why you need this. Using that as your framework, you can then come up with all of these little gags that people will remember that have a little personality to them. But I think ultimately in the end weren't that expensive to create, because they're cheap.
I think that one of the most important things about it is we didn't want them to be long, and we didn't have a lot of budget for the art, so we had like a couple of frames of animation in them essentially. And so we had to figure out, how do we message how this thing works in like that. And that's what marketing is, right? It's how do you message how something works. And marketing and tutorializing are very similar things. We're trying to get a message across in a very brief period of time in a very snappy fashion.
3.
And I think that one of the things that I
3 frames.
always felt about games is that tutorials are sort of death. And because they're usually like, you go into a scene and there's like a shooting range or something like that, and
narratively they never really make sense either,
and they're so boring. And so we always try to put a big burden on ourselves of how do we train people while not letting them know they're being trained, and brevity is really important to that. So we had a bunch of art constraints on that, which also led to a bunch of writing constraints, and so those things were like, I don't even know if they were 30 seconds.
Yeah, they were
really short. Yeah, like 15 seconds long. We had to explain a whole plasmid in that period of time, and I think that was a good exercise because it also made the game, it forced us to be concise and to really explain what this thing was like that.
Throw objects at foes.
Oddly enough, now that I'm thinking about it, Electrobolt does not have a commercial. Okay, now creative process.
Nailing the perfect marriage of story to gameplay is a science that many developers still struggle with today. Bioshock has left an indelible mark on gaming narrative that can be seen and felt in many modern releases, but Irrational's motto remained from the beginning: don't start with the story, start with the gameplay. A lot of fans probably wonder about the process you go through in writing the story and the design for a game like Bioshock. You've talked about how it evolves over time, and what eventually ships is very different than your initial vision. Do you guys write like a script or a design document for the game, and that becomes sort of the Bible that everyone drives towards, or do you iterate much more?
It's different for every game. Like System Shock 2, I went back to it recently. I wrote a design document, and we started that project in September, and the design document I saw was dated like October or something. So in a month, I wrote the design document, and it didn't change. A lot of it, got expanded upon, but the basic design really didn't change on that. Where on Bioshock, I think it evolved in real time much more. We had a pretty substantial design shift like a year before the ship date.
For Bioshock?
Bioshock, yeah. It got to be much more about the experience of being in Rapture than about being in your character sheet. And so the game evolved more towards that experiential kind of thing and making sure every idea was expressed in the world as well as just on your character sheet. So before you'd have a lot of things like, oh, I'm doing fire damage or electrical damage, but that was sort of a number flying off a head versus, you know, the whole notion of like, you know, there's barrels and you light them on fire and then you can pick them up and throw them.
But you'd have stats coming off characters and all that stuff?
Much more so.
Oh, really?
And that evolved, you know, sort of, we did a design shift, but I don't know how well that got documented. I think we were moving so fast that we were just.
Oh,
sort of
thank God Destiny doesn't have
changing
damage
things,
numbers.
you know, laying down the
I
tracks as we
can't
went,
stand
right
damage
items.
numbers
And same
in
with
games.
The screenplay, you know, the screenplay there is no screenplay. It's a bunch of, you know, probably Excel files and fragments of Word documents that I'd write, and I'd go to recording sessions and I'd rewrite on the fly once I hear the actor perform, because once the actor takes on it, you listen to their voice and you say, you know, what you wrote doesn't really matter. Like, what is the right thing for this actor playing this role to be saying? So I tend to do a lot of rewriting in the session. And then, like, you have a bug late at night where somebody says, oh, this doesn't make any sense. And you're like, oh, God, and you have to write a new audio log and try to get the actor back in. Or you figure out what's the best way to get this idea across. Yeah. And is it an audio log? Is it a poster on the wall? Is it a piece of text that pops up on the screen? You know, that's always dependent on how much time you have and what actor availability is. So, you know, the plans sort of fall apart. I think we've worked on that a bunch since on the new project we're working on, where, you know, we are trying to document things a lot better and keep things a lot more logical, but the train was running so fast on Bioshock that we just sort of...
I mean, early on we got the Andrew Ryan scene in, like we had said before, and that was kind of like the keystone. Like, we're going to put a lot of work into this, so this can't change. Everything that happens before or after that don't really involve a lot of departments working together to make a scene, those things are very malleable. And if you need to change audio logs to represent a story, if you need to add lines or take away lines, that's very doable. And I think for a while we even had like text-to-speech.
We even did that I remember for Infinite with Booker and Elizabeth and all their dialogue, and that really didn't work very well, because you'd have these dramatic scenes and it'd be like, Elizabeth, we need to go to Comstock, and it just... Yeah. It was almost had no value as far as I was concerned.
Atlas radioed on ahead. Says you were looking for an invite to the fisheries. Nuts, I say. But if your heads up to the Wharf Master's office and find old Peach on research camera, maybe I could manage an invite.
Ken has so much of, you know, these games in his head, and you're sort of, you know, you can keep it all straight, or try to, with all the different things and changes. But from the team perspective, Sean, I mean, because this is evolving and Ken's thinking in his head about how this all ties together, how does the team sort of keep up with, you know, what the whole game is going to look like?
There's a lot of specifics that can change. For instance, Atlas used to have a southern drawl. Right. And then, you know, we recast to the
what?
Irish.
Atlas used to be southern? Holy shit.
Wrote the lines, did the whole thing, and realized that people hated that character and distrusted him from the first start. So had to rewrite him, recast him, redo everything.
Yeah.
From
a team perspective,
no one likes southern people.
You gotta get a sense on which things are going to be really volatile and that you probably want to push off till later, because if you work on it now, it might change. Larger themes don't tend to change too much, meaning we knew we were in Rapture, we knew we had Big Daddies, we knew we had Little Sisters, we knew we had Splicers, we knew what the arc of the story was about Jack coming into Rapture, and the specifics of this radio log versus that radio log didn't really affect anyone outside the
never trust a southerner,
because we could still build the environment. We still knew what the environment was. We still knew what the animations were. There are areas you learn just by working in the same space for a while, that this scene, I'm not touching this yet because I know
buckle in. We got a lot of these.
I think these themes are pretty nailed down, so I'm going to focus the team on getting these things done.
I won't leave you twisting in the wind. We're going to need to draw out a height.
Man, I wish they had some audio from that first actor.
The audio logs were, you know, a great part of the game, and something that if you're a true fan, I mean, people really go in and listen to those and piece that
together. I went into my save file and I edited the values so that I unlocked all the videos.
Versus game dialogue, and, you know, there's the act of sort of cutting back and sort of saying, you know, we need to be clear about what the narrative is for the game. What was that process like? I mean, the audio logs, were there things you added at the end, or were those, you know, ideas that you had for the game, but then said, hey, maybe we'd demote these a little bit and make them audio logs?
As Sean was saying, there's sort of a hierarchy of expense that you have to face, and so any ideas you have to get across, especially as you start playing the game, you realize, well, this doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense. You have to figure out how you can introduce that idea. And generally, as the train is moving, you try to think of cheaper and cheaper ways to get those ideas across. If it's less important, it goes to an audio log. If it's less important, it goes to a poster on the wall.
Well, there's also characters that you can bring in that have audio logs that aren't. You know, Atlas, Tenenbaum, those are your big ones. You can bring in somebody
What
to
was?
do a
Did you see his
short,
shirt?
You know, a few different audio logs. It's a character that some players may not even find, but it adds a little bit of depth to Rapture.
L Unique National
and
Forest.
Also, like,
What the
usually
fuck is that?
characters- Each character generally is about a certain idea, and they're not. We don't just sort of come up with characters like we have an idea problem that we need to solve, and so let's introduce a character.
Oh, it's a real
who's
forest.
This guy, and he will be. The
I
guy
thought it
that
was
sort
like
of
a
shepherds
meme.
You through that idea.
Julie, my dear, I am trying to run a business here. You want to spend time with my honeybees? Well, I'm gonna have to start charging you for the pleasure. If I come out one
It's
more time
a
and find you loitering
national
around amongst my
rainforest in
hives,
Puerto
I'm
Rico.
grabbing my shotgun. As to your question, yes, my days in beekeeping school are a blur. But I do seem to remember something about that enzyme you keep blabbing on about.
So as you're going through the game and, you know, writing things, rewriting things, were there things with the original Bioshock that you've always been surprised that more people didn't pick up on, or was there something that, you know, a connection to a character you thought was really going to resonate with people, which, you know, didn't? Anything like that?
No, it's the opposite. I was amazed. I don't know how you felt, but I was
Honestly,
amazed
like
how
the
many
font
people
and that
connected to
shape of the
Louis
shirt,
family
Yeah.
stuff,
it looks like a
right?
Gravity Falls
Because
shirt.
I think it was a real. When I wrote that speech, I don't think anybody on the team was like, "Oh my God, this is like really this or that," and I don't think I really had any sense that people were going to connect to it. I think we ended up sort of over time finding more ways to support the notion throughout the game.
Yep.
And I don't think I really, until I heard Pat put together the revelation moment, you know,
Yeah.
whereas like, you know, where you had all the bits that Atlas had said to you in the past building up, and then there was a visual that went along with that. That's when I realized it was going to be a really powerful moment. But even so, I still was, did I think people were really going to connect to it or really even understand it? Because it's pretty out there.
Yeah.
And that it was meta commentary too. I think that completely, like, I think I thought like, oh, it's kind of meta, cool. But people connected to it in a much bigger way.
Yeah, the choice to age and everything, and also just, you know, being able to kind of roll back and think of all those other moments throughout the game. And so, you know, a great revelation like that, they're few and far between in games where you sort of like, then you want to play it again, you're just like, oh wow, really, that does all make sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a team, we were definitely proud of what we had done. But up till that point, you know, SWAT 4 was the biggest game that we worked on, and we had no expectation of that anybody would pick this up. Or even like Bioshock cosplay. I remember the first cosplay I saw with the guy in the Big Daddy suit, and his little daughter was in the kitchen cabinet. I think that was the first one I saw. I was like, what? Whoa, people know this stuff? That's insane.
Yeah, people were building these outfits, and you know, that only expanded with Infinite. I mean, that sort of went crazy with Infinite, with people cosplaying Elizabeth and Lutesses. And Booker. It meant a lot
The
to
Elizabeth
people, and I don't think
cosplays?
that's something
Holy
we ever saw
shit.
coming, and we're deeply grateful for it, because it's one thing to make a gaming a good.
She had the
reviews
look.
and stuff like that.
And it was like around that time of like Alice Madness Returns.
Themed around it, and
People got a lot of mileage out of those dresses.
Naming their children after characters. You can't plan for that, and I think the only way that could happen is if you just make something that's something that you're deeply in love with and passionate about. I can say we were. It was something we
God,
were
naming
a
your
lot of
kid
passion on
after
the team
a
about.
video game character?
We didn't
Holy
know
shit.
people were gonna take away what they did.
Would you guide me?
Actually, some guy named his kid Dovahkiin. I remember that. That made the news.
Familiar phrase.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find it? Would you kindly find? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
Part of the challenge with that, though, is when people love fiction so much and they dive into, you know, every word written in
The
every
red as fuck
audio
baby.
log and try and connect all the fiction, make sure it all makes sense. Are
There's
there
a red
any things
baby?
from that game that you sort of look back and it's like, oh wow, like
Wait,
we didn't
is there a
explain this
picture
when
of
we
the
should've,
kid?
or things that fans have misinterpreted over the years?
There are things we think that we did that should have or shouldn't have been in the game. Like I was never a fan of having two endings, and I think
That's where the publisher was asking you to sort of have a.
that was the
right?
one thing that 2K, and they were very hands off. That was the one thing they insisted on, and it's not something I really thought was a good idea because they're still limited, even though they're multiple. They're still limited, and so that was something that we ended up doing. One of the endings was far better than the other one. I mean, there's no. It's clear that I was much more interested in the happier ending with the little sisters than I was with the nuclear submarine ending.
I'm sure part of it was the idea that this game is, if you're making a choice throughout it, I'm sure when some people are like, oh well, then it has to be a payoff, right?
Right. Except the game was really about lack
There
of
was no
choice.
choice. Yeah,
About
right,
not being
yeah.
a choice. So
Yeah.
that always struck me as a tension. That was weird, but look, at the end of the day, they were putting up a lot of money, and so
Oh my God.
I can't really complain. They weren't dictatorial at all during the development.
This
So
picture is
that
7
was the
years
one
old.
thing, but
Fucking kid
that's
is
a
like
game
12
that
now.
I wouldn't have put the boss battle in, the final boss battle. Like
Jesus
we seem to end up
Christ.
doing that over and over and over again. Every time we start a project, I'm like, I'm never going to do that again. We're never going to do that again, and we end up doing it.
Right.
We're not good at boss battles, and that you're fighting that guy, and look, this is the naked dude. It just doesn't work.
Totally makes sense.
But and it works really pretty well up till then, but then it doesn't. It just doesn't work. That boss battle's silly.
Oh, he's given shit to his own game over the boss battle. Real? That makes sense. I mean, you're gonna be a critic, and that is a weak part of the game. Halfway through.
Rapture is filled corner to corner with detail and history, and the cast of characters that occupy this world are no less dynamic. Every splicer, every level boss has a story. In many ways, these characters are a reflection of their environment, and their environment a reflection of their character. Let's talk about some of the characters in Bioshock. There's so many that fans love, and there are many Wikia pages about them. One thing that I think a lot of fans may not realize is you were telling stories with these characters, a decade ago. And technology today, as we saw in a game like Infinite, you can do amazing things with facial expressions and storytelling. Conveying that emotion that you did 10 years ago with limited technology was challenging. How hard was it back in the day to sort of, convey story in engine?
We had such a small team that we had to show Tenenbaum or Atlas. They were just splicer models, right?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Tenenbaum was Ladysmith, which is there's a reason that she's in shadow behind glass, and it's not to be dramatic. It's because we couldn't afford to build another.
Really?
Yeah.
So just something as simple as that, like you couldn't afford to build a model.
We didn't have the
we didn't have
we had a few character models in the game. There's
the budget
maybe
or the
8 or 9
time to
character
build a new
models.
character.
Really?
Model, yeah.
Wow.
So we're like, oh, we'll put her in silhouette behind a light, and people think it's noir.
And so much of it was driven
Wow.
by the voice performance. I feel
It looks good, too.
It all had to. It was like a
Good silhouette.
Anyway, still.
Yeah, we had some really good actors, and I was able to spend a lot of time with them. And the fact that I could write the stuff, direct it, and then rewrite in the room, and the fact that we had actors who were, for whatever reason, I wasn't even in the same room as them. I was on a speakerphone.
Right.
They were in a studio in New York or LA or something. I don't think I met any of them.
Really? None of the actors in Bioshock you ever met in person when you were making the game?
Maybe since, but at
Wow.
the time I hadn't met a single one of them.
That's
Except
fascinating.
maybe a couple people I played the Circus of Aves thing. Nate Wells played the Jack on the plane. A couple of people in the studio. It was community theater, in terms of the tech and the sort of time we had for it. But the actors were, we had some exceptional actors.
I will say, as doing animation on that game, that you can hide bad animation.
Oh, it's the same
behind
character
really
model.
good audio, and it makes the animation look better. We didn't have a tech animator. It was me. I'd never rigged characters before, and now I'm rigging characters, trying to figure out how, to get all these characters out to the animation team. So we're very limited when it came to animation tools.
Yeah,
Since
but
apologize
you
to
did
my animators.
No, but you did the big. I mean, for your first game that you rigged the Big Daddy, which is it's not an easy character to rig.
It was, we figured it out, but the tools that we had on Infinite were not the tools that we had on Bioshock. So we figured out what we could do and what we could do well, and tried to hide, kind of, put into the darkness the things that we knew we couldn't do very well. And having voice actors of that caliber that can bring those characters to life, you tend to fill in the blanks.
So tell me, friend.
Oh yeah, that's a static image.
Sent you, the KGB wolf with a CIA jackal. Here's the news. Rapture isn't some sunken ship for you to plunder. And Andrew Ryan isn't the giddy social life is going to be slapped around by government mob.
And you did get to revisit Rapture in the DLC for Infinite, and with today's technology or technology from a few years ago, I'm sure it was liberating for you guys in some ways to be able to use that tech to bring the environment and also characters to life. What was that experience like for you?
And
guys to be able
actually,
to
I need to revisit
Rapture?
I need to play
It was
Burial at
liberating
Sea.
because we got to revisit it, but we also, I think, when we started, thought we
But I
were
know
gonna
it's
go
very
reuse
different.
some of the old assets, and they just didn't hold up anymore compared to the Infinite assets. So we basically had to rebuild, not just rebuild everything from scratch, we had to reimagine it from scratch because we had the ability to make it look grander and bigger, but still feel like exactly like Rapture. We're making a different kind of experience than Bioshock 1, so it was tricky to make it feel like it was the same kind of game. Because it wasn't, the first one was sort of an action game, the second one was really a stealth game. The Burial at Sea Part 2 was really a stealth game, and you're really telling the story of Elizabeth throughout those things. Yeah. So it was a different lens, but it was also cool because it allowed me to make the whole story about Elizabeth, to have her be central to the franchise from the very beginning, and she was always, she became the heart of it to me, and to have her, it was really exciting for me to make her, her heroism be something that set the events of Bioshock into motion, which eventually, saves all the little sisters. That was really gratifying, a nice way to tie the whole thing up for me.
And you probably didn't have that idea 10 years ago, right? You had to retrofit it all.
I had no idea.
He has a letter that he's addressed to himself that's 10 years old. But, yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, for me, it was a nice way for me to say goodbye to Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite, because those two worlds together. You don't realize, or I don't think the audience realizes how much time you spend with these characters, trying to get them out and polished and into the world. And it was a good opportunity, I think, as a game developer to kind of have that little coda at the end where you're like, okay, I get to, now I'm ready to move on to the next thing. I've had a nice, break. Like, let's seal this off, and now I'm on to the next thing.
And it was like 12 years of our lives, too. Between the very beginning of it, and it was a long time.
Well, I mean, so my daughter, who is 16 now, I did a lot of filming of her when she was 6 as a little sister. Oh, wow. And this was...
Whoa, he used his daughter for motion capture?
And I'm like trying to be like, now trip over the thing and pretend you die. Or like, trying to not traumatize a 6-year-old. Yeah, pretend you're drinking something, and and I never showed her the actual game until much later. But she, on BSI, I put her in a mocap suit and actually used her for the little sister in Paris that's running after the balloon. So that was kind of, for me, like a nice
way to connect it all together. Were there any characters on the original game that you found hardest to write? I mean, you mentioned recasting Atlas, things like that, but was there a character that was the most challenging for you, Ken?
Well, Atlas, because he was basically written completely twice. That was very, very tough, and I was very happy about the original character, and I thought I'd really done something great. And then we showed it to people, and they just hated it, and they didn't trust him. And if they didn't trust him, we were screwed. And so it was tough because we, after having gone through all the recording, to actually have to let the actor go. It's no fault of his own, right? It was on us. He had invested in it, tell him that it wasn't going to happen, and rewrite it from scratch. That was hard, and that was tough. And then after I finished it, I had a debate with somebody on the team who felt the accent was really, really phony. And we had an English person on the team, and he felt the accent was really phony. So at the last minute, we basically ended up doing a focus test in Ireland. Right. To see if people bought the accent, because the actor playing Atlas was Irish, but he was from a different part of Ireland, so he was playing a different kind of Irish accent. Right. I don't think he was from Dublin, and Atlas sort of had a Dublin accent. And so at the last minute, I thought I was going to have to do it again.
Wow,
and
that's neat.
Fortunately, the focus test came back, and people loved it.
I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question Providence. I'm Atlas, and I aim to keep you alive.
And a lot of the villains in the game felt like they were, very much tied to certain levels. And this was, you were still in an environment of levels with Bioshock, right? It wasn't just a big open world. Did that all sort of get designed together? It's like, here's the best villain that's going to fit to this environment and this theme of, this area?
Some of them work better than others. I mean, I think obviously Steinman and especially Sandra Cohen really, I think, dominate in terms of the level boss.
They are their levels.
They are the levels, and some of the characters didn't hold up as well, I don't think, on the writing side. The fun thing about the characters at work, like Simon, where he had all those little displays with the scissors and the tech, you know, like that was stuff the art team came up with to support that character. And obviously Sandra Cohen, in that level, you know, I had this idea for this character, and you know, as this artist, and taking Andrew Ryan's thinking to the extreme, you know, through a lens of art, was really fun. They were really, I mean, in a lot of ways, they're sort of like more like Batman villains than they are like actual, you know, real world villains. That they all have, you know, the Joker cares far more about the humor and the dark humor that he has, and the Riddler cares more about the riddles than he actually does about money. You know,
Right.
like, the money, the crime is this afterthought.
Right,
It's the philosophy. And so these characters have a lot in common with, and there's probably a lot of inspiration taken from sort of characters like the Joker in terms of a guy like any of the characters in Bioshock, because they were really driven by their ideology, but their ideology is a mask for their sense of selves, right? You know, this stuff is really, Cohen knows he's a hack, and he doesn't want to, you know, he can't admit that to himself, so he has to wrap himself in all this nonsense, because the last thing he could ever do is look in the mirror and say, I'm not much of an artist.
No need to thank me for jamming the transmissions of those boors, Atlas and Ryan. Let them have their squabble. The artist, yes, the artist knows there is richer earth to till.
Ah. What's up, Comey?
From the moment you boot up Bioshock, you can feel
I hope you
the
like three
story
dudes
grab
talking.
hold of you. A plane
With
crashes
another
at
dude
sea,
talking over
a
them.
mysterious lighthouse, a sprawling city beneath the ocean. Hooking the player from the first touch without overwhelming him with convoluted RPG mechanics was key to the success of the game and the skillful ramping up.
I was feeling a little
Bioshock's
low energy
legendary
about this.
gameplay.
Yeah, I was feeling like low energy, but now I'm watching this and I'm like, damn, it's kind of fun.
Bioshock has an amazing opening sequence that I can't imagine the game without it, with you know, the plane and sort of the crash. But I understand that didn't come online
fourth
until like
dude.
the very end of development. Sean, is that
I wonder
true?
who that
We
is.
had a couple of really depressing playtests. We had built all these systems. We thought we were doing a good job of like giving basically people a playground to play with and things to do. And when we had a playtest, we didn't realize how bad of a job we were doing in exposing those systems to the player, because we were so in these systems and in our own heads, we had no idea that we just weren't facing them towards the player at all. So after that playtest, you know, we took a long, cold look at what we were doing and realized that we had to introduce we were confident enough in the systems that they were going to be fun and meaningful to the player, but we really had to think about how we were going to introduce these systems to the player, and in such a way that they understand why the systems were there. Like, you can't ship a README file with the game and expect people to read it. Like, it has to be part of the experience. So the challenge is, how do you introduce people to these systems, but do it in such a way that it fits within the narrative? So we had to integrate all of these things into the story cleanly so that the player felt like it was one, you know.
You've been meaning to
one
play two?
smooth
You played one in
experience.
Infinite?
And I think the zap 'em
I
and whack 'em thing
only
was
played a small
the
part of
one-two
Infinite.
punch. Yeah, the 1-2 punch that
But
came out of that.
The plane sequence.
honestly,
at the beginning, I heard a story that like a programmer
my
put that
favorite
together in,
one
like, a day or
is
two, and
Bioshock
it was,
2.
It was a very last minute thing, right?
I think Bioshock 2
So
is
we
the
had done a
best
focus
story
test,
and the best gameplay.
We had it was one of the most
But
depressing experiences in my life, because we were very close to being
yeah,
finished, and it was basically giving people what essentially became the demo, and people played it, and it was in Boston, and we were sort of behind these glass windows, all these sort of Boston guys are like, this is a wicked piece of shit. You know, they hated it, and they were making fun of it, and they were saying, you know, it's like watching some guys and dolls.
Oh yeah, the
getting,
big sister
beating
is.
each other up, and it's the stupidest thing they've ever
Oh,
seen. And we thought
I
we were
mean,
pretty good.
her and her
shape
belt
at that
buckles.
point. And
That's
I
a
remember
good
the
look.
focus test guy was like sort of like a doctor giving me the bad
And
news.
something in the sea.
Sorry, Ken. You better get your affairs in order.
If you know, you know. You have to be there.
We all came into
You
work.
can't
the
play it
next day,
anymore.
And we were like, what are we gonna do? And we we're all pretty depressed. But I think we started talking, and as we talked, we started thinking about, what are they saying to us? What are these people saying to us? What we think there's something there. How are they missing it? And we decided that maybe they didn't understand who they were and who their role as a character, who their role in the world was, because the game at that point started with you in the ocean. floating in the ocean after the plane crash.
So
And
Bioshock 2
Bioshock
actually
would be
had a
fiction,
little
just would
It
show
shows
us
you see
ARG
it. So you
before
didn't
the
have
game came out,
voiceover saying, my parents always said I
and it
can
was
do great things. Or whatever
really,
that.
really
They didn't
good.
show the plane crash. We didn't establish a time period.
But it ran on
So when the
Flash,
plane
so
is
you
pretty
can't
well
run it
established, you
anymore.
were smoking a cigarette. It's very 1960s looking. All that stuff was established. It wasn't established. So we decided we had no time and no money and no. So we sort of came up with a script. I wrote some lines.
Yeah.
A line, I think.
And the ARG
One
went
of our
so
artists
well
recorded the line
that
Steven
they
and
actually added
John
the
and those guys
character
got to
from the
work on
ARG
building
into
this
the
very
game
simple
last minute,
sequence, which was simple,
which was really cool.
relatively simple sequence. And
He
then
has
the
3 audio logs.
plane crash actually happens over the Bioshock logo we already had. But we wrote a radio play behind that with altitude of the crash, and that I think set the emotional, and the people screaming in terror on the plane crash, that set the emotional tenor much better and explained who the player was. And all of a sudden we released, then I think the next real encounter we had was people playing the demo, public encounter, and all of a sudden it was a very different experience.
No, I remember even back in the day, I think we did a thing on TV where you kind of talked about it, and it was like that night, and I remember that night, like people on the forums were just like going nuts. And even though the game had a lot of press
People
attention,
on the forums were
when
going
we finally got
nuts.
to play it and go through that sequence.
What a
there was
statement.
this
Holy
mass
shit.
sort of excitement around it, and then the game shipped only a few weeks after that, right? Or a month after that?
A week later, or a few days later.
It's amazing, like now to hear that, like literally like a month before the game came out, like the playing sequence came online or something. I mean, it was that late. Right?
Well, we still had to go through certification and all that.
Yeah, but it's like within.
It wasn't far. It wasn't far. It was really last minute, and it was one of those things where like you really shouldn't be putting in content that late. Yeah. But we felt it. We were so close to having something good that we just rolled the dice on it, and we worked really hard on it. Like we worked really hard. I remember how much time I spent on just that recorded of altitude. I could still hear the different version of that in my head because we spent so much time on that stuff, and these guys were working on getting the animations right and
the scene was shot in engine, but we decided to pre-render it so that we had to do less QA on it.
Right.
It wasn't going to be some like weird streaming error or crash error.
Wow.
It was just like, we're just going to show the video, yeah.
And it's interesting because once you start in the ocean, we had this experience of testing a lot with the water effects and how beautiful Steven's water effects were. People didn't realize they were out of a cutscene at that point. And so they would just sit there and stare, and then they pick up the controller. And they pick up the controller, and all of a sudden they realize they were controlling.
That is true. That was good-looking water for the time. Although it was a little bit shiny for my taste.
Now, as people were playing through the game
but it did its job.
I'm sure there was debate about, when would you introduce this plasmid, sort of what would the ramp be? Did that change at all, sort of as you got towards the end of development, about like, we're going to give people the gun at this point, or it's like we're going to trigger these plasmids at this point? Like, how did that work?
So, like, we moved guns around. Like, for instance, there was a big debate about, originally you found a gun in the lighthouse, a pistol in the lighthouse.
Oh,
the very
right
beginning.
there, yeah.
And because it's a shooter, right? Like, what the hell? And
that's
we had a lot of debates about it.
That's the prototype trailer that we watched earlier, and it has a really good body horror where the guy puts the drill through his hand.
Getting you immersed in the world, because when you
actually, I think you might like that video.
All you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? But you don't have the hammer, so you just sort of had to take in the world and have that feeling of fear. And like, I know when you saw that splicer bounding around on the ceiling, that you couldn't do anything about it, and that had even though that's
those are those moments, right? Like I remember when I played Unreal for the first time, where it's like you're trapped and there's a monster and you can't do it, and the lights go out. It's like that's the moment with the splicer where you're like, I want to do something but I can't, and that evokes an emotion.
I remember we kept, moving where the machine gun appeared around and where various plasmids appeared around. It was a real, it's a real fine-tuning process.
Yeah, and it gave us an opportunity, like especially with the shotgun, to really present the weapons, like put some space between them.
It's a moment when you finally.
Yeah, I think
we get the shotgun Paul sequence.
Paul Hellquist was he put the sequence together for the when you see the shotgun laying in the pool of light. Like every game developer knows what that means. You know the minute you pick that thing up, something's going to happen. But it was still a very effective way, as I'm remembering it, to, look, I've been waiting for this thing, I'm going to pick it up, and now you have an immediate opportunity to use it. But at the same time, we're trying to ramp up the tension level by having the splicers kind of on the outside of the light, so you can't really see them, and then coming in one at a time and attacking you.
Yeah. And we had very little, actually very few tools to really control how the splicers acted. So how they were set up and how the environment was lit was really important.
Well, there's even other things like when you get the TK plasmid, I don't think we had a lot of physical space and opportunity and time to really present that. So we came up with the narrative that, it was the doctor's office and he used TK to practice tennis. And we had the turret in there that threw tennis balls at you. So if you wanted to, you could catch the tennis balls and throw them, and you could knock things down. I think it revealed pickups that you could then, pull to yourself with TK. But we're always trying to think of like little backstories that we could do. It doesn't have to be as involved as the shotgun ambush. Sometimes it's just, let's take a grenade turret and turn it into a tennis ball turret.
Because we want to, because I remember like the impulse was, I've been to dentist office, and there's always some like weird aspect of the dentist personality. They always want to get through their office, They always have to have their hobby featured in some way, and so we saw an opportunity there to both feature this, he's a tennis nut, and teach TK at the same time.
And
which one were we on? I got the memory of a fucking goldfish. So we did local theater. A World of Themes? Did we watch World of Themes? I sure hope so.
Rapture is overflowing with memorable locations and set pieces. In developing a world that feels organic, lived in, and functional, Irrational managed to create a space that feels perfectly suited to the story and action that takes place in it, which begs a question: did the plot shape the location, or did the plot fit squarely into a world that was already established? Let's talk about some of the areas in Rapture, because it's an amazing place, but also it feels like there's certain areas that are very well designed and that they have, a very certain aesthetic, and the characters in there, it all kind of comes together. Ken, do you have a part of Rapture that resonates the most with you still to this day?
I think the opening is always going to be the most important to me, because it's we spent a lot of time there, and it was all for me as a challenge as a narrative guy is sort of how do we set up a very complex series of events and a very complex notion, and all this, Andrew, with so much to tell, Big Daddies and Little Sisters and Andrew Ryan and the time period, and do that all without cutscenes. And especially, I think, the descent to Rapture when when you get in the bathysphere, getting that right, getting everything right down to the bathysphere cresting the hill and seeing the city for the first time. Remember how much we worked on the timing of that, just getting that.
And it took us forever to figure out that we should just put the slide projector covering the window. Again, in hindsight, it seems like such an obvious choice, but we were really trying to figure out, how are we going to tell this story of Ryan, and then reveal so you can see the city beyond the hill.
And also, we didn't have to show the whole transition going down to the bottom of the ocean because the whole screen was covered.
Spoiler alert.
I think that's the part that will always be near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was Kashmir.
Yeah.
That was one of the first.
The restaurant at the beginning.
Yeah, the restaurant at the beginning, because it was really like the first art box that we created that was Rapture. I mean, we created spaces before that weren't really hitting the Art Deco.
Ooh, little
look.
alpha
Scott
spaces.
Sinclair just started, and he built that, designed and built that statue of the Atlas with the world on his shoulders that was in the middle of the room. And Mauricio had done some concept art for us of that space. And once we started putting everything together and getting it into Engine and actually walking around it and seeing those giant windows off to the side that just showed the seascape and really drove home the fact that you were underwater. It was the first time really all the elements started to come together.
And we actually we had built a bunch of stuff, and we actually stepped back and said, we have to just get one room right before we go any further, because we weren't getting it right. And so Mauricio did that concept drawing.
Yep.
We worked really hard on that statue, and That statue, I think, was the first object we really built in the game that was a
that stayed.
Bioshock. So we just stayed in that room for like a month until we got it right.
And I think the original concept actually had a tram
Yes,
running through
it
it.
did.
So it was like even more complicated, and that was one of those things where we had to keep pulling back to really focus on what the bare essence of that room was.
Were there parts of Rapture that you never were able to realize that you sort of still
The
missed?
zoo.
The zoo. People
We
talked
had a
about Fort
zoo
Frolic, right?
that I was excited about. Not everybody was excited about the zoo, but I don't know why I was excited about the zoo, because it would have been a nightmare. We had another area that was prior to Arcadia that was more of a straight up agriculture, forest type of area.
Before we had the bathyspheres, we had a whole sort of subway transport system in Rapture, which we spent a lot of time thinking about, and then just realized that these little submersibles would be a much more realistic and much better solution.
You were going to be able to move between locations in that subway system?
Yeah, much like the bathyspheres, but they were much more integrated throughout the space.
You know what I
We really
noticed
wanted
is
to
that
support
these
them,
two guys are
we just
not
realized it was
talking about
not-
Bioshock 2 at
it was
all.
not-
Yeah.
It was not
They
really
went
relevant
from
to
working
what
on
we did.
Bioshock 1,
Were there certain
Bioshock
locations or
Infinite,
areas where you knew,
and I feel like they don't want to talk about the second game.
needed to happen? Like you look at, the reveal of sort of Atlas's true motivations. Like, was that like, oh, we've got to do it this level because it fits the story, or was it more that you sort of like you had the game laid out in a certain order and you just layered the story on top of it?
I think the big one I can think of is that you encounter Ryan in his sort of like that he would live in an area of industry.
Okay.
So he lives in this very industrial area because that's where he would feel most comfortable. And that we wanted his office, his lair, to sort of be not in some residential zone, but where he wants to wake up and smell the grease fires and the machines and the smoke. That's in his lifeblood. Industry is his lifeblood.
But it also had to be very theatrical. Like if you look at it now, it doesn't look like an office. You kind of know it's an office because the story is telling you that.
Set, yeah.
And we had some old technology that was laying around in the game that would control environment settings. So old system that we had would let you do high pressure, low pressure, medium pressure. And those would affect lighting and other like post-process things in the world. And that was a system that was cut, but because the code was in, we were always trying to figure out ways to use it. And one of the ways that we used it was in the Andrew Ryan sequence, because we didn't have a lot of narrative storytelling tools. We were basically switching the atmosphere to get all the lighting changes. So whenever a light changes in that scene, we're telling the game that the atmosphere is changing. And then the preset atmospheres come in and shine the spotlights on them or bring up the house lights when we need them to.
Very, very early on, you could change the pressure in the areas, and that would change how explosions worked and all this stuff like that. And we just couldn't figure out how to make it gettable for the player. We couldn't make it feedback, but we still had all those. That moved a lot of levers in the game, so we still had the system. So we used it for the sort of theatrical cues of the, very theatrical cues of Ryan appearing, the lights going down where you are, and the lights coming up where he is, because the engine didn't have those tools by default.
The assassin has overcome my final defense, and now he's come to murder me. In the end, what separates
I see what they mean.
man from a slave? Money? Power? No. A man chooses. A slave obeys.
And there was a great sense of sort of artistic progression as you went through the game too, and that each level had its own sort of voice. Was that something that a lot of games as they move further in development, it's like, oh, we sort of ran out of time. We can, it's like we're just going to sort of repeat this and change the color palette. It felt like, for the team, it was very defined from early on that you wanted each sort of level, which they were levels back in the day, to feel distinct.
Yeah, we had sort of experimented with that back on System Shock 2, back when every Doom level looked pretty much like every other Doom level, because they were just sort of working on the same set of assets. We decided with our very rudimentary tools in System Shock 2 that we would progress with color, and every deck would feel different from a color standpoint, even though most of that was lighting, or textures, nothing really more. But we had the tools to actually, sort of theme levels. I think a lot of this goes back to, I think my first memory was actually from when I was 1 year old at the Montreal World Expo.
You remember when you were 1?
Well, I remember being at something at this World's Fair, which I didn't realize, I think was in 1967, when I was 1 year old, a little over 1 year old.
Wow.
And I was on a theme park ride they had and I remember being at this thing where a big bat flies out of this sort of thing and comes up. I don't know why I was a 1-year-old was on this ride. I'm not sure, sort of a haunted housey kind of ride. And I remember loving it. And I think that stuck with me. So the notion of sort of theme parky themes and
That was his
settings,
defining
Disney
life
World did a
moment.
great job with this. You go to
Was
Disney
a
World, they
was a
theme
bat
areas. So
in
themed
Montreal.
areas were something that always resonated with me. And Bioshock sort of always has had this notion of feeling of theme in different areas, much more than the real world has. Like you walk from building to building, most of them you can't really tell them apart. You
Right,
walk
but
from
there,
yeah, you know, walk from a floor of an office building to another floor. It's not going to look any different. But we always felt that was really important.
And it's also, I mean, if you look at SWAT 4, saw some early experiments with this, especially like the serial killer's house level in SWAT 4. Just probably one of the most dense levels that we ship, but you were trying to tell a specific story with that. And going straight into Bioshock and using the same exact engine that we're using, and we were very comfortable at that point with how the engine worked and how to art up these rooms, gave us a leg up when we sat down and really thought about what stories are we specifically trying to tell. And one of my favorite anecdotes from this time period is with Sander Cohen. I think it was Nate Wells and Stephen Alexander sat down one night, and they came up with a backstory for every dead body that you find in that space, and then they told that story with the props that they could. Even if it was just like, this guy crawled 3 feet and then shot himself in the head because he was sad about something, you know, they put those marks in, maybe put a picture next to the guy, and then he shot himself. So they really like did their homework and tried to add, you know, the backstory for everything that you're going to find in
That's
that
peak
space.
storytelling right there.
Atlas's goons hitting us non-stop and 2 dead mechanics just this week. We need to control costs. If I wanted to deal with amateurs, I would have stayed on dry land.
All right, 3 left. We're almost done.
iconic and haunting, the Big Daddy and Little Sisters of Bioshock immediately captivated the public's imagination. Big Daddy encounters defined the Bioshock experience, creating new mechanics and techniques that had not been seen before in gaming. So Big Daddy, Little Sister, such an iconic moment or series of moments in this game. I'm fascinated about how that got layered in, because we talked a lot about the setting and the tone. That is still, to me, you know, a mechanic that I remember was very unique about, you know, choosing to engage the Big Daddy and being a fight that you know is going to be very aggressive and different than a traditional boss fight. I know you had an idea, Ken, of sort of 3 different types of AIs interacting in the same world.
Yeah, we were sort of like I was trying to think of like AIs you hadn't seen before, and this was still pretty early. Like 10 years ago, a lot's changed in 10 years. So like AIs were still pretty much enemies who saw you and came after you.
Zigzag, shoot.
Yep, and then that was really the focus, is how you make them, you know, use AI better at you, you know. So I started thinking about, are there more primal behaviors to think about? And I was watching a nature show one day, you know, it's typical nature shows, and it's like observe the mother tiger taking care of her young, you know, one of those kind of things. And I realized that we don't even need a narrator on those shows. We understand certain behaviors just by looking at them. They're very primal, like somebody protecting their young, the predator-prey behavior. Those things were very, you don't need dialogue for that. And AIs at that point,
Ooh, more
we
alpha
have the ability
footage.
to do a lot of sort of, you know, smart AI. Yeah. So I said, what if their behaviors are just very primal, and we can model those behaviors? So aggro rules is something we knew we can model, right? You know, how does an AI aggro on you? What are the rules for that? Could they make a aggression display rather than just attack? And can another character appear afraid and hide behind the skirts of another character? And we started talking about these things, and the Big Daddy became very quickly
before they had
the Big Daddy
drills.
became very quickly as sort of this protector creature. The Little Sister took
Oh,
a lot
Jesus.
longer, ironically, even though it's a much simpler notion in a lot of ways. The initial idea came out of sort of watching a nature show, and we're trying to work within our constraints of making. We couldn't make super complex AIs.
Yeah, Little Sisters look like freaks, dude. Holy shit. Balding.
That's the Big Daddy. She got it on him. He keeps her safe.
is when we first got the system up and running, this is before the play test, we weren't really thinking about player facing these things. And we had this entire system set up that completely simulated what would happen, and you'd play through the vertical slice and you walk into a room and everybody's dead because the system would work perfectly. And
The Big Daddy
you
would
weren't there to
attack
see
one
the
of
fight. Yeah.
And we track all they weren't called Little Sisters at the time, but we track how much they were harvesting, and it was all like a Command and Conquer level simulation.
Yeah.
And players didn't care or notice.
Yep.
And so we just abandoned all that stuff.
Yeah, so that took us a step towards, how do we present this to the player, then how do we make the gatherers, which we called them at the time before Little Sister design came on, like how do we make them empathetic towards the player? How do we make the player want to engage with that? Because at the time they were just slugs.
Right.
So which is a
That's
horrible
right,
design.
Originally were slugs, right?
Yeah.
Not actually.
Which is a horrible design in so many ways because you don't care about slugs, and they're also on the ground, so you don't see them. They're not.
Oh,
like,
they
at eye
actually
level,
were
and they're
slugs.
dark,
Holy
so
shit.
You still have
yeah.
some of the trailer had like the same, or not the trailer, the demo.
And you had to follow the snail
Big Daddy
trail?
sort of like interacting
Ooh.
with the little
Yeah.
slug.
How,
And
slugs crawl around the Big Daddy? Or what
no,
was
it's
that?
just it's this awful
That's a
little
level of
mesh.
sophistication, yeah.
It's like a little beetle, sort of.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
And it was terrible.
yeah.
And they were protecting.
And they had
Protecting the beetles.
the beetles. What?
And, no,
And
and
the
it
Big
was
Daddies
so
had two drills. They didn't have a hand, so they could. There's no way they could
Right.
like.
It's just fascinating me because like the Little Sister, it's like there's such humanity in it, which really you really connect with.
You would,
Which seems like
you would
a
think
smart
that would be
thing to go
the
straight
obvious thing.
to.
Yeah.
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 We're not very smart.
The idea of sort of choosing to engage the Big Daddy. I mean, when I was first time I played the game, I mean that was always profound to me because you sort of sit there and like, am I ready for this? And your choice to sort of like the kind of opposite of stealth, like when you want to be discovered. Was that always the mechanic with the Big Daddy?
Yeah, the idea was that they would have very particular rules about engaging with you that were entirely dependent on how the threat level towards, not them, towards their creature they were protecting.
Yeah, that was set, and then as you worked through it, I'm sure there were conversations about how difficult do we make these fights and sort of the balancing of that, and even, with the game, you don't start off with a Big Daddy fight. It's a little ways into the game until you actually get to that. So that was sure debated.
You actually encounter the notion of Big Daddy and Little Sister many times before you actually are freed into an arena where you can actually fight them. You see them
sneaking out, pipes. Yeah.
You see them. You see them walking down a hall. You see the first time you see Little Sister, she's harvesting, and then you see the Big Daddy come and protect her. And we realized it was 4 or 5 sequences we had to do to set the stage for these characters. And look, we were hoping they'd be iconic and people would respond to the way they did, because we certainly spent energy on them with the expectation that they'd have an impact that we really just as easily could have turned out that nobody cared.
I think the actual very first time, and not a lot of people see it, there's a Little Sister in the vent in Kashmir restaurant. That if you're looking in the right direction,
Oh yeah, the
at
eyes.
Time, you'll see her looking at you, and then she'll
It's just a
disappear
pair
into
of
the
eyes,
vent.
though.
Yeah.
Just the eyes,
No,
right?
it's the actual mesh.
Is it the mesh?
Because it was easier to do that.
Right.
Than new eyes, but yeah.
That's actually in the second game too. Same sequence.
Thank you.
The path of the righteous is not always easy.
The thing as you play through the game, I think the moments with those sort of encounters certainly stand out to the player. For you guys, as you were developing it, was there a debate about how often to sort of have those encounters? Like, like how many Big Daddies would there be? How would that play out? I mean, was that something that sort of changed as you?
No, I think we decided there would be 3. I think it was 3 per level.
So 3 and 2 in smaller levels. We did have a third Big Daddy that was mostly finished, but we couldn't make it fun. Like that last 10% of an AI is always like, where's the fun? Like, how do you really make it fun?
I think they put it into Bioshock 2, didn't they?
They might
Oh,
have,
Bioshock 2 mentioned.
But it was fully rigged, fully animated, but we just didn't have the.
They're talking about the
time needed to
Rumbler.
really polish
Rumbler
it,
Big Daddies.
So we ended up shipping with the bouncer and Rosie.
Hunting the Big Daddy, that demo was a huge moment, I think, in the game's kind of marketing campaign. And that really, I think, sold the tension of that
Ooh, I like that UI.
When you showed that,
Single
did the
action
entire game
revolver.
feel like that, or was that really more of just like a vertical slice of what you wanted the game to feel like?
That at that point was more what we wanted to feel like, because the Big Daddy was still had a lot of problems at that point. But we were confident we could do that. Like, we want to make sure that was an experience we could deliver on. And there weren't, it was like it functioned, but it would do really weird things. Like, it had this tendency at the time to, if you did the wrong thing, that it would turn into basically a super ball and start like a tiny little super ball. The Big Daddy would go, turn to a super ball and start bouncing or off the ceiling and walls like a million miles an hour. Do you remember why you did that or what was going on?
I'm sure it was some physics bug that we were,
And so that actually happened sometimes.
Classic
during the
3D
demo,
modeling mistake.
Paulstick, who was the guy running the demo with me in Barcelona, was very good at making sure that he turned away from the Big Daddy. Like, oh yeah, I guess we killed the Big Daddy. He must be dying over there. But so all things were functional, but they weren't really. They didn't have all their bells and whistles on yet. It was really good for us because it sort of gave us some confidence that people would respond to just the notion of watching Little Sister and biding your time and choosing your moment.
Well, it gave us confidence, but it also gave us a tool that the development team as a whole could gather around and say, we want to make it like this. Like, yes, a lot of elements in that demo were scripted, but they provided a framework for us to go back and how do we make that so it's not scripted? How do we make this robust enough so that the player can actually use these systems?
Yep.
So it was something that we could point to and say, all right, how are we going to do this? Like, let's break it down and let's figure it out.
And that was like in September, and actually the game was done in February, March, so we weren't that far off.
Yeah.
We were a lot went into it in those final months, but it was a big confidence boost for us because we thought it was the most important thing about the game, besides the world, was this sort of Big Daddy Little Sister concept. And if people didn't care about it, it would have been a problem for us because we spent a lot of time on it.
All right, 2 left. Now it's morality.
To kill, excuse me, to harvest or not to harvest, the moral dilemma that follows you throughout the Bioshock experience and defines the fate of the player. This choice lays at the center of your Bioshock story and has repercussions that can be felt in nearly every facet of the gameplay.
Man, who would ever kill the little girls? That's crazy.
Part of Bioshock's lasting legacy, of course, are the Little Sisters and this moral choice that presented itself to the player. Everyone, it became a water cooler conversation about, like, well, did you save them? Did you harvest them? That concept, Ken, was that something that came about early in development, or that binary choice? When did that come into the game?
I don't remember when. I mean, we had the concept of them being protected, but I can't remember when you actually
certainly
chose.
wasn't. When there were slugs, it was not meaningful. I think there was.
Do you salt it? Do you not salt it?
There were resources that you could get, but there was no choice there, right? The choice was, do I want to fight the Big Daddy or not?
Yeah.
I think once we got into the realm of they have to be empathetic, the player has to have some feeling towards them, which you're not going to get from slugs.
Right.
Then we start seeing that opportunity there of, like, okay, nobody's going to want to do harm to these girls, or do they? Like, and do we allow them to? It was we weren't comfortable with it at first when it first came up that we could.
I think it was important that it was a way to reflect the sort of larger economic questions of a world like Rapture, where, like, where the economy drives everything. Are there any limits to economic decision making versus moral decision making? Because that's sort of what the Randian notion is that it's not the role that you don't sort of legislate morality. Let's try to take that to an extreme and see where that ends up. And Little Sister sort of became that. And in this world, they became a commodity. And the question we have for the players, they're a commodity to you as well, potentially. Do you want to participate in the commodification? There was, I think, a fair amount of nervousness internally at the publisher about it for a little while, but pretty quickly they were able to sort of say, look, we trust you guys, and go, do this. And I only had a few. The press, and this sort of happens over and over again, the games press worried a ton about it and, like, would wring their hands about it. They ever recognized it was a setting topic, but that it was done to a larger purpose, that it wasn't just sort of like, hey, this is the game where you kill children. And
whatever, and that was a sensitivity. I know that, like, you guys wanted to call them
game journalism.
not little girls, and it was
a
really,
very
it
nuanced
killing them,
and respectable
harvesting them.
profession.
I mean, you did some things probably on purpose, right, to sort of explain that this, you weren't doing anything vicious to them, right?
Well, I mean, you do sort of, they do sort of disappear out of view, and a big slug out of their belly, comes up that you. Well, we didn't want that to be graphic. We wanted to be very clear that you were killing them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But it was not intended to be a prurient in terms of, hey, let's this is a simulation of pulling a sea slug out of a little girl's belly, but we wanted you to understand that you were making a very diabolical moral economic pact there. And we think that came across, and I think it came across well enough. And I think the test of how well it came across is, I think most people didn't really thought of it as am I willing to do this thing or not?
Right.
And people would tell us stories how like their girlfriend saw them harvesting, and then they literally slept on the couch that night.
Right.
And that's an interesting.
Being put into the doghouse over a video game
to
choice? That's
3D
crazy.
mesh, that's really no different than any other
Holy
3D
shit.
mesh in the world. Like this little sister, she's not a person. She's a 3D asset, a virtual 3D asset, right? That has a voice actor connected to it who's an adult woman. And nobody was actually getting harmed, but people still emotionally connected to them and made an emotional connection.
And also, I think when you're playing, you don't really know what the impact of that choice is.
Yes.
And that's sort of the curiosity of like, you're a gamer, so it's like, am I going to game the system? Which one should I pick? How does this impact things as you go through the game? It's never really fully clear what that choice is going to lead to, right? And the ambiguousness of that was something you wanted to sort of create mystery around throughout the game?
Yeah, we went back and forth a lot about what the rewards for harvesting versus saving would be, and actually I think we should have really pushed further that the rewards for saving were much more, should have been much more meager than the rewards for harvesting, just to really sort of put you up against the wall, push you up against the wall and say, are you going to stick by your moral guns here? Because you're going to pay for it. Because that's usually the way life is, right? It's always harder to take a moral path than it is to take an amoral path. But there's incentives to take amoral paths because it's the easier path.
As you play through the game, eventually you get to the ending, and as we know now, there were sort of two endings that were affected by that choice. And that was something at the time, I know you said publicly that you weren't in favor of sort of having two endings. Was that in part because, the game is about not having choice, or did you think that, the two endings were, I don't know, like, I'm interested for narratively, like, why you didn't want to go that path?
It seemed forced, given that the game really sort of almost made a joke, a meta commentary joke about the lack of agency in games, the lack of meaning of those choices, given that you have these two endings. I guess you could make an argument that, well, you were free, you were given choice of the, once Ryan's dead, and that's really what it's about. But I think we also didn't really have enough time to execute on those super well. I was pretty happy with how the happier one came out, with the sort of little sister focus, but it's a much more subtle story than I would have time to tell about your slow descent into, moral chaos and dissolute living and
I think Bioshock 2 did the ending better because the Bioshock 2 had
it's a long story.
You were just switching a cutscene. It wasn't like you were doing
four major endings and then small variations to those four,
with very tight time and economic constraints,
as opposed to good and evil.
And that's not,
you're a nice guy, or you start a nuclear war.
And because we had so many problems on our plate, that was something I had to sort of do in the spare time. So I was pretty happy with one, but not very happy with the other.
I know you had said publicly before that there was another sort of more ambiguous ending that you had originally planned, or what would you have done?
There was a notion of an ambiguous ending, in which if I just wrote one, I would have found a way that would just talk about the moral ambiguity of the world rather than the sort of, positive or negative, because it is such a look. I think we really tried with Bioshock not to sort of make a game about good and evil. It's really about circumstances and what circumstances lead people to. Right. And how they delude themselves with ideology to do things that they would think are evil, but it's okay because it's for the good cause.
Right.
And that's what I probably would have. If I just had one to write, I'd probably focus more on that. How difficult it is to sort of align when you start being driven by ideology rather than being in the moment and thinking about the impact of what you're doing.
Sean, you talked to gamers, I'm sure, over the years. Did you ever get a sense of how many people harvested versus saved, and was there any sort of data? I mean, this is before the days where you get telemetry and data on like what people picked and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, anecdotally, it seems like more people saving Little Sisters. Although, I have a few friends that were. I just harvested every single one. I wanted to see what happened. So I don't know if that was
based
more, the game developer and them trying to see, what would happen. But certainly for the most part, I think most people, which I guess is a good thing. It means that maybe people are good at heart. They kind of feel bad. They want they want to save the Little Sisters. So yeah, I'll say it. The needle sways towards the green there.
Time for bed, Mr. B. Hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
Last one. Oh, it's the last one, and then we could actually play the game.
The illusion of choice is a thinly veiled dynamic that drives many single-player gaming experiences. And while many developers spend a lot of time trying to convince players that choice is real and authentic in their games, the truth more often is that choice is a superficial concept in gaming narrative. Bioshock confronted this idea head-on, searing into our minds a innocuous 3-word phrase with an unforgettable new meaning. Would you kindly? Of course, one of the most memorable moments in the game is the "would you kindly" phrase and the reveal of how that's been motivating the player throughout the entire game. It's still, to me, one of the most classic kind of narrative moments in games in the past decade. What's interesting about that phrase is that it didn't always start like that. Can you tell us sort of about the evolution of sort of the the conditioning of the player? And there was once Excelsior was the phrase once.
Yeah, this is. I'm trying to recall some of this. So we had the idea, because we had the Andrew Ryan scene very early, and we knew sort of all the events that would happen. There were phrases before there was "would you kindly." The notion existed and what it meant and what it was, but we didn't actually have the phrase "would you kindly" until later. So we had a bunch of terms we threw in there. And like Excelsior was it for one point. That's probably comes from my Stan Lee fanboyism.
Was that like so throughout the game? It would have been like Excelsior.
Just randomly
There are some things when you're making games you just sort of throw in as like, we need
Sounds
something.
cool
We
in a
need
Why don't
something.
you head over there, Excelsior?
And then it sits there for a year.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you kind of forget it's not good, right? And then until somebody comes along and says, "Dude,
seriously."
Yeah.
What,
Or
so
you meant
Excelsior?"
it to be like a stub in. You never
Right.
meant it to actually gain traction, and then you're like, oh crap.
But that sense of some phrase or word being repeated throughout the game that you wouldn't really realize its meaning until later, that was there very early on.
Yes, yeah. And the fact that you would have something that seemed like a non-thing and then came back at you like a freight train later on it was there from pretty early.
Sit, would you kindly?
Oh, in the French version, they use "je vous prie,"
Would you kindly?
which means
Run.
like I'm begging of you, I'm asking of you.
A man chooses, a slave obeys.
So that phrase evolved, but talk about that, the sort of meta-narrative of, being in a game, thinking that you have a sense of choice and making these decisions, but then obviously realizing that the player ultimately didn't have choice or was conditioned in a way that they would react to that. That was, sort of a new idea for a game. Where did that come from on your side, kind of? Was there sort of a deeper sort of, meaning behind it?
No, look, I think I was always interested in the concept, whether it's Oedipus, not to get too pointy-headed here, but Oedipus sort of thinking he has, I'm going to leave, this city and go to another city because there's been this prophecy about me and I'm going to avoid my fate and I'm in complete control, and then finding out he's not in control at all, to the Manchurian Candidate, which is a story I love about, somebody who you find out is just a puppet, living a life of a man, and Fight Club. I always love those kind of stories about who am I and what is my agency in this world, because look, we struggle. I think everybody struggles that. How much we really have control over, and how much is our boss or parents or whatever telling us what to do. So that seemed like a natural thing for a story, and because it came from movies, that idea a lot, and plays, I don't think it was very. There was a lot of. It hadn't been explored in games really, and games are particularly interesting because games.
Because you feel like you are interacting with choice,
And you're really being, most games, especially at the time, you're really just being railroaded down a corridor. It's very easy to underestimate gamers, and I think probably I did a little of my own underestimation there, that it would be a little too pointy-headed for people, but people seem to really engage, probably because it spoke to an experience they had, a struggle as a gamer they've always had, which is like, I want to control, but how much control do I really have in this game?
True. And Sean, I mean, it was also something that, was a great surprise when you played through the game. And I'm sure even for people on the team, did everyone know that when Ken was sort of doing it, or did it was revealed as people played through it?
I think, at some point the entire team knew. It wasn't, it was something that was talked about with a smaller group before it was brought to the entire team. Early on, when you heard the idea and you just kind of clicks, right? You're like, okay, like I totally get this.
Did people get it? I seem to remember people looking at me like I was like a lunatic.
Maybe not the specifics, and maybe it's the Excelsior, or maybe you're talking about the Excelsior time, but the idea that you don't really have choice, and exactly like you said, you played through how many video games, and everybody's game is going to end the same way. You're going to kill these people, you're going to pass through these checkpoints, and you think you have a choice, but the only real choice is stop playing the game. So the idea that we're kind of like taking that on resonated. Now the actual, like, is it Excelsior, or is it the Latin phrase I forgot, or if it's would you kindly?
See, here's how I remember it, and I could be, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I can remember being so surprised by the outside reaction, because I remember the internal reaction being completely nobody connected or engaged to it. I mean, we worked on it.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of surprised by the outside reaction, because I kind of thought it was like, as I said, it's a bit academic, right?
Yeah.
And it could also be a function of
we're playing it close to the vest.
I could be misremembering it, or it could also just be a function of nobody making the game had the experience of playing it through and getting to that moment.
That's what I mean. Like, it was revealed to them in advance of really playing it, so it wasn't that surprise.
Yeah, they had seen it in all its really half-assed, development stages
and
on the way.
out of order.
Yeah, out of order and all that.
And it's not really something you can play test over an afternoon, because it takes a little while to get to that point.
You need to lack the knowledge about what the game is to be able to sort of have that experience all the way through. I know you guys have talked about the idea of Atlas, the voice actor changing, and it was, I guess, very important that you nailed that actor, right? And you trusted that actor until there was sort of the Fontaine reveal and sort of understanding that.
Yeah, trust was everything there, right? And so there was something about either the actor or the writing or the accent that just people immediately said, this guy's no good.
Right.
When the first Atlas we had, because you have to trust this guy, and if you don't, there's no trust. There's no punch in the gut. I think we've really focused on making him have personal stakes in the story as well. That he had his family trapped. Of course, it was all fiction, right? But he had skin in the game. He sort of spoke to you as a friend, and especially because the whole world was so hostile to you. I think it took a while to get that exactly right.
Listen, I've got a family.
Oh, I didn't realize the voice actor for Fontaine is a guy named Carl Hanover, who is, I guess, in Denver.
You must feel like the unluckiest man in the world right now, but you're the only hope I'll ever see.
Oh, he's bald. Holy shit.
Sean, what do you hope is the kind of lasting legacy of Bioshock? 10 years hence, a lot of things you guys were doing, have sort of become common now, right? With upgrades and moral choices in games and whatnot. But it was really pioneering work.
The guy's bald.
A decade ago.
Well, that's how you know he's evil.
Reflect on it. What do you hope people remember the game for sort of pushing forward?
For me, it's telling a story with the medium and how we used
if he's still in Denver
to tell that story. We used the environment to
what if I
set up the backstory,
try to call him
and really create a sense of
and
space,
hey, I'll buy you some beers if you
vitally
come on a
important
stream
to
and talk about this
players
game.
to trust that, to sit down and
That'd be
kind
kinda
of
funny.
just be in the space and let these things happen. Even the radio logs, the rudimentary animation that we had at the time. I mean, we really sat down with the tools that we had and at our disposal and tried to tell a meaningful story. Maybe not meaningful, but something that would be memorable to people that they could take away and, like you said earlier, have that water cooler moment where they're excited enough to to talk about it after they put the controller down. So for me, I think the legacy is that it was a story well told.
For me, it was a sense of place, being like the Rapture's a real thing, even though it's not. You know, it's actually a very crude, you know, from the time, you know, a relatively crude bunch of polygons and texture maps. You know, it's only, the original game is only in 720, I think. And I played a lot of it when we were testing it on a 14-inch, like, you know, SD television. That it still felt like a sense of place in the music and the characters, that it's a real place. And I think that my memories of the Bioshock games is that I take away that Rapture's a real place and Elizabeth's a real person. Those are the two sort of big things that stick with me with those two games. And that's sort of what I'll always, you know, carry forward with me in my life.
Bioshock is, you know, it's a place, but as we saw with Infinite, I mean, it's an idea and it's a sort of a type of game. I think a lot of people say like, oh, this is a, you know, a type of experience. When you think about, you know, your career, where you guys want to go, I mean, that idea of those types of games, do you miss it now that you've sort of moved on to other things now, or do you feel like it's sort of, you've closed that chapter?
I mean, it's always a part of what you do. Like, System Shock 2 was a part of Bioshock. But it wasn't System Shock 2. It was you know, you're growing past that and trying out new things. I think Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite, and even going back to SWAP 4, those will always be a part of my experience as a game developer and what we're trying to do with the medium. So I don't think it's something that you just draw a line and say, you know, we'll never return, because there's always lessons that you can learn and things that you bring with you to the next project that you're working on.
Yeah. I don't think the new game is going to, like, people are not going to be surprised that this game is a new games from us. They're going to see a lot of what we had done before in terms of world building and aspects of storytelling. The goal is to sort of, you know, move away from the you really have no choice kind of thing, and that's a very, 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 very hard problem, which we spent years working on. But we're building upon a foundation of stuff we've done before, just trying to go in a different direction with it. But it's always going to be part of our DNA.
Is that it?
Where the artist would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality, where the great would not be constrained by the small. And with the sweat of your brow, Rapture can become your city as well.
It is. Well, that was a good documentary. Glad I got to learn more about the game. I'm glad it was presented in a way like that. When I played Alone in the Dark, the 2024 version, unfortunately it was DLC, so you had to pay like a couple dollars extra for it. Oh, let me turn the game down here. There we go. Okay. We were at Fontaine. So that game had developer commentary put into the game. Almost like how Left 4 Dead did it, right? Where there's just like icons floating in the world. And gotta say, I really enjoyed how they did it. I didn't have any moment in that game where I was like, man, this commentary sucks. No, the commentary was one of the best things about that game. And they even invited the original director of the 1993 game to do commentary as well. So I thought that was great. Still have to finish my second playthrough of that. Okay. Getting back in the feel of it. What game was I talking about? Alone in the Dark 2024. It has a developer commentary as a DLC, unfortunately. But it is an amazing commentary scattered through the game. Alright, Nutrition Boost 3, I think that's everything for these guys. Oh no, we still have a damage up. Ow. Yeah, we're almost done taking the photos of these guys. So we're, hopefully I can finish the game today. I don't feel too tired. There we go, that's fully researched. And we should start flying through this thing.
Dans le hall de la marine. Bienvenue à la forteresse.
Yeah, you forgot it's in French. Yeah, you know, you don't even notice it after a while.
Inutile de me remercier pour avoir brouillé les transmissions de ces rustres d'Atlas et de Ryan. Laissons-les à leur querelle.
Oh, camera. Gotta take a picture of the camera.
L'artiste sait qu'il y a une terre plus riche.
Something oddly meta about that.
Par exemple, je vous mets à l'épreuve, petit papillon, mais j'ai une bonne raison. Je teste tous mes disciples. Certains brillent comme des galaxies. D'autres se brûlent les ailes comme un papillon sur la flamme. Venez, entrez dans ma maison.
Yeah, this is when we first find the elite bouncers. Also, hello, Nick. Which is kind of a shame that the elites don't do anything really different. They just do more damage, have more health. You know, it's just fine. Pharaoh's Fortune Casino. Sing, bitch! Sing!
Descendez, petit papillon. La vie, la mort, le fardeau de l'artiste est...
When you become a big daddy, you like to explore back. It's nice because you don't get attacked all the time. But at the same time, I'm not a huge fan of it because it's just a vignette. Alarm expert, 2 less alarm tiles. Need more slots. There's the secret room ones that still attack. The secret room ones. The secret room? Is there a secret room? I'm not sure about that. But which one is that one?
Vous voyez, quand je serai mort, c'est vers ceci qu'ils se tourneront. Mon quadriptyque, mon chef-d'œuvre. Allez-y, n'ayez pas peur. Touchez-la.
Touchez-la. Oh, crossbow, yeah.
Voici Fitzpatrick.
Give me this.
libéré de cet art et de ces... Et voici la grande nouvelle. Nous en sommes à l'instant...
When you explore other places, you'll run into enemies that scare you, then attack.
Mes disciples, et tous ont un point commun. Ils m'ont
Are you talking about the guys who are made of plaster? Or is it different guys?
et immortalisé leur mortalité dans mon quadripède.
The crossbow and multiplayer was really good?
Quand ils
Yeah.
auront reçu leur récompense,
Oh yeah, they were great. I always ran the crossbow with the damage upgrade and headhunter. Yeah, I was really good. I'm pretty sure I was like a top 10 Bioshock 2 multiplayer. You know, there were dozens of us who played that game. Oh, how could I be frozen?
Que le vieux débris a enfin décidé d'envoyer quelqu'un. Ce scélérat m'a laissé gelé ici. J'ai une pose toute choisie pour vous.
I think this guy has a much sexier voice in the English version. So if we hold still here, and then we pull out the crossbow, you can actually see him right there. And he's dead. That easy.
Prenez une photo de lui et placez-la sur le quadripède. Oh, je ressens la même plénitude qu'avant ça.
Yeah, in the English version, he's like, son of a bitch. Left me to freeze. I've got a pose all planned out for you. Oh! Yeah, we got bitch slapped. Sander sounds better for English? No, I think I like Sander in French. I think Sander sounds like super snobby in French, and I like that. There you go. Is this normal? This is normal. What's the button? Kill! Also, the little girls sound different in the French version, in case you didn't notice. Lug. SMH, you never kill them? Let's see. Not in 1 or 2? I don't like to kill them in 2. I think in 2, because they separate... 2 does a very interesting job, because you can have personal revenge, and you can also be a good person. So you can save the girls, but still screw over the people that fucked you. And I think that's a really interesting thing to do. But this game, no, it's good or bad. Which I'm not a huge fan of. Let's see here. I think we'll just go basic. Health Neve. You save them, you like the good endings? You don't like the ending when Eleanor drowns her mom? I think that's like a pretty goated ending. TBH. Like, that's one of the best endings ever. is where she she is a good person. She does right. But, you know, her mom ruined her life. And I think that's an interesting conflict. Yeah, most people only pick the good options, yes. You know, but then again, they have to make the bad options more interesting. Because, like, Fallout New Vegas, you know, Caesar's Legion is the bad option. I think it just sucks. Fucking Fallout 3. Yeah, you're just an asshole. Like, there's no compelling reason to be evil. But in this game, at least you get more Adam, you know, there's a reason. How many of these fuckers are there? Come on. Rapture Records. Well, I'm trying to rotate through weapons. That you found out killing the little sisters doesn't give you that much. Yeah, it doesn't, overall, it doesn't give you that much. That is true. It's a trap. That guy has the same character model as the guy we just killed. And oddly enough, the flamethrower, best weapon in the game. Because once you upgrade it, you can 0 to 100 a Big Daddy without it ever moving. Oh, empty. Let's see. Crouch? C. That's how you know this game's retro, when you have to press C to crouch. C. There we go. What do we got? Get fucked. Now you like that? I don't know. I've never been a fan of those types of buttons because they don't make sense to me. And I know some people like, you know, map on M and journal on J. You know, but just gotta keep, you know, make it make sense. Make it reachable. My pinky is only so long. Oh, I love the mood change. Red, nice. And then we have the key light. Whoops, used anti-personnel there. Ah, do I need to research you? No, I do not. Ooh, was that a twofer? Oh yeah. You play with Bluetooth? I have one Bluetooth keyboard for my streaming computer. Just because if I ever watch a movie or something, I can take my keyboard to my couch. But, you know, honestly, it could just be a regular keyboard. Alright, a reward. What do you got for me, buddy? Oh, nice. Now, where's that audio log? What the hell's this guy doing? Who the fuck was that guy? Just standing there. There is an audio log that I want to hear in French. Have they made a keyboard with a touchpad on it? Yes. Yes, they have. It has a mouse click and touchpads on it, but it's not a good one. No, it's not the Frank Fontaine one. It's the I want to take the ears off, but I can't. Let's see. I think I want to hear how it sounds in French. Get our camera out. And fully researched. Oh, we got an auto hack from them. Nice. I thought it was in here, but it's not. I know that audio log is in a bathroom. So if I was trying to take a shit, where would I do that? Oh, is it downstairs? I thought it was over... No, I guess it is downstairs. Oh, I'm almost low. I'll do pistol. Ah, there is a thing over here. Ah, it's over here. Yeah, actually, I remember. Oh, that's a... Oh, actually, I don't have to. I think it's in here. That's turrets. I remember one of the really fun things I learned about this game was that whenever you see an enemy and they shoot at you, their first shot always misses. I always thought that was real interesting. Ah, this is the one. Where the hell's the auto log? They're not in here? I thought it was this one. Wait, no. It's a different one. Because it's like a guy made of plaster at a desk. It's in the other area. We'll find it. Ah, this is it. Yes, this is it. There he is. Le lapin sauvage. T.
Je veux enlever les oreilles
Turn that shit up.
Je veux enlever ses oreilles, mais je ne peux pas sauter. Et quand j'essaye, je ne décolle pas du sol. C'est ma malédiction éternelle. Je veux enlever les oreilles, mais je ne peux pas. C'est ma malédiction. Je veux enlever les oreilles. Enlevez-les, s'il vous plaît. Enlevez-les, s'il vous plaît.
Meh, I think the English is better. See, there's a turret in one of these. Yeah, that I remember that was a really good emotional, like, audio log. Let's see, camera. Man, still not fully researched. I'm not using good ammo for that. What do we got? We can make auto hacks. And I don't know, I don't really think we need much, to be honest. Yeah, like, I'm only gonna auto hack. I don't know. I guess we'll do that one. I'm only gonna auto hack, like, safes and important stuff. Oh, this is the place with the pack bunch. Okay, let's see here. You're digging the music? I'm not. I'm gonna mute my YouTube video. Let's see here. Hour of the People? It's a pack-a-punch machine. Let's see. Do we want increased damage on the crossbow? I don't think we need that. Let's do increased damage on the grenade launcher. There we go. Fully up. Research that. Okay, so what do we need left to research? Just the cameras, I think. I have plasmids. Yeah, I don't really use the plasmids, just because the, Oh, actually, I need to research you guys. The PC controls are a little... They're a little bad, to be honest. This guy's still alive? Interesting. Okay, now we got only one guy left, but he's the guy who's you have to chase down. Now let's see. Let's see, that's the casino upstairs. This one is... Ah, the plaster area. There we go, fully upgraded that. Do we want to do the, these guys? What shotgun do we have? Not enough. Let's go get some shotgun ammo first. I think we have... Oh, we have killed 2 big daddies. we already have this code. But it's from, where is it? J, oh, K, L. There it is.
Une fille a essayé de me vendre des Oxford Club. Je lui ai répondu que je ne fumais que des Nicotime. Et que je ne changerais pas. Et pourquoi? Parce qu'elles grillent bien et qu'elles ne coûtent pas cher. Je me moque de savoir qu'elles sont faites avec des coquillages et des œufs de poisson.
You're going to sleep? Have a good night. Have a good night, Nick. Could have sworn that these were... Could have sworn that was the audio log we picked up in that other area for this. Can I hack this? Oh, yes I can. It's on the top. Alright, well, we'll come back to that. Okay, we got that ready. Armor piercing ready. I think that should be enough. Ow. 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 Get the fuck away from me, dude. I hate the stagger in this game. There. Jeez. Taking my frustration out on a child. Why am I walking slow again? Control? Why am I walking slow again? Is it caps lock? No. Why can I not move? Why is it on left click? That is the stupid. I hate this game. Oh my god, I hate this game. How does it even fuck up the binding? So bad. There we go. That it puts walk on left mouse button. That is insane. Man, that's a hot stripper. Oh, that's our mom. Never mind. Taking the dollar bills from our mom's thong. Why is this music so loud? Turn that shit down. I'm pretty sure the word for... Oh, let's see here. Crossbow. That's not a headshot. Oh, he pissed off the Big Daddy. Nice. Interesting. I didn't realize he could do that. Me and this tiny little girl trying to chase after him. Damn, that Big Daddy's fucking hauling ass. Holy shit. God damn. Oh my god, I forgot to take pictures of the Big Daddies. Where's the little sister? Did she despawn? Or is she still coming? I think she may have despawned. That's crazy. You know, I think it's funny that if you have the natural camouflage gene tonic that makes you invisible if you stand still, if that activates during this, he aggroes to you.
La voie qui mène à Ryan est désolée. Depuis que Sander le salue. Ah oui. Vous pouvez prendre une de mes œuvres mineures pour vous remercier du temps.
Oh, he's balding too.
Si vous étiez devenu mon unique et fidèle disciple, vous auriez pu être digne d'admirer mes travaux les plus accomplis. J'étais l'homme peut-être même. Maintenant, partez.
Alright. Let us see if we can go find that last Big Daddy. Actually, we need to go to... I think it's over here. Yeah, this bro's just glitched out. I think it's over here. Ah, here it is. So, interesting thing now that we're picking up film. Film in cameras is different than film in, or I should say, film in movie cameras is different than film in handheld cameras. Because typically film for handheld cameras is a little bit expensive. And you'll see some people on eBay who will sell repackaged movie film, but for handheld cameras. And it's really interesting to try to buy it because you're like, oh, it's such a good deal. And then you realize, oh, wait, the film is different. Even though it's the same size, same holes, the difference is that the movie film typically has a layer of black on the back of the film to stop the light from refracting and getting double exposures. And typically handheld movie or handheld still frame doesn't have that. And you can develop it, but you need an extra step to wash all the black backing off. But there's very few places that'll actually do that for you because the black will ruin your film if you do it wrong. I think these electric splicers are really cool. Big camshafts, big ears. Do you smell that? That's the smell of Andrew Ryan. Ooh. Perhaps Andrew Ryan should take a shower. Do I need to break that? Not really. Oh. Wrong button. Auto hack. Auto hack. There we go. And then let's also make those. Actually, this place is full of rosies, isn't it?
Regardez. C'est un vrai congrès de vers de terre ici. Ils avaient tous des parents, des proches qui les aimaient. Ils étaient mariés. Ils baisaient leurs épouses. Pourquoi pensez-vous que vous êtes différents? Je n'ai pas encore décidé où je vous approcherai.
Little absolute territory there.
J'ai dû me taper ce singe immonde pendant 3 semaines. Mais il a enfin parlé, et je sais comment arriver à Andrew Ryan. Il faut provoquer une surcharge sympathique dans le noyau harmonique numéro 3. Simple, mais je n'ai pas la moindre idée de ce qu'est une surcharge sympathique, et encore moins ce noyau harmonique numéro 3. Peut-être facile pour un ingénieur. C'est signe des chaussures pour femmes. Dommage. Il faut que je retourne voir les mécanos au centre de contrôle de perte thermique pour voir ce que je peux en tirer.
Tant de parasites ont essayé de profiter de ce qui n'était pas à eux. Je pourrais vous expliquer la science qui rend impossible ce que vous essayez de faire, mais ce serait comme de jouer du Mozart à un crapaud. remplir à nouveau ses poumons. Ces boutiques qui ouvrent. Les écoles résonnant des pensées de nos jeunes esprits. Ma ville vivra. Elle prospérera. Et quand ce jour viendra, je prendrai votre pierre tombale pour paver ces rues.
N'écoutez pas les mensonges d'Atlas et de ses paradis.
Ah, get away from me. That lady has an auto hack tool. There we go. Almost forgot. Let's see. H. Come here, buddy. Now you wanna. Damn. Got a strong face, guy. Is it this way? I guess it is this way. Oh, it's another pack punch. Let's see here. We could do... I don't know, crossbow damage isn't really that appealing to me. I think chemical thrower is the better option. Okay, we'll get that. Electro Bolt 3, we can afford that already. Or we could get another... perk. Let's see here. No, honestly, I think we'll just go with Electro Bolt. That should do it. Now we have Electric Fingertips. Girls can't get enough of it. Oh, I remember this room. And everything's moved around. Same thing again. Now, oddly enough, there is a trick in this game to figure out if it's a dead body or not. And that is using telekinesis.
Imaginez la volonté qu'il m'a fallu pour bâtir un tel endroit. C'est vous qu'avez-vous battu? Rien. Vous ne savez que piller et briser. Vous n'êtes pas un homme. Vous êtes comme un termite à Versailles.
Now I remember there was a secret over here. Here it is. Jump up on the box. On the pipe. Up and over. Oh, we got an auto hack out of that. Beautiful. This guy's tanky. What the fuck? I hate this electric sound. That's gonna get a little old. So now that we have the chemical thrower upgrade, let's get these idiots out of the way first. I hate Houdinis. There. Thank you. Alright, here he is with the little sister. Excuse me. Here you go. There you go. Alright. So there's a thing you could do with the chemical thrower. And once you have the upgrade, you can just hold the trigger. And you don't have to do anything. I know this is loud, but ta-da! Damn, that's loud. Yeah. With the ammo efficiency upgrade, you could just kill them with electric ammo. Just one shot.
J'ai pas reconnu la cinglée qui est venue à la boutique aujourd'hui. Elle avait une sacrée paire de Robert, et drôlement bien tapée. Elle cachait bien son jeu, mais il n'y avait pas besoin d'avoir fait 15 ans d'études pour s'apercevoir qu'elle avait pris des trucs costauds. Elle m'a posé des questions sur les serrures magnétiques et ce genre de trucs. J'ai fait comme si de rien n'était, mais elle a fini par m'affranchir. Quand elle m'a tout déballé, je lui ai dit d'aller voir Kibourg aux ateliers. Ah, Arthur est devenu un enfer. Et la grande chaîne a parfois du bon.
Oh, we're full on grenades as well. Kind of hard to keep track of what you got and what you don't have.
Rapture renaîtra avant que le dernier rat ait fini de grignoter votre dernier lambeau de chair. J'ouvrirai le défilé.
Qui est-ce? Diront-ils en montrant du doigt la misérable forme accrochée à mon mur? Qui est-ce?
Vous savez qu'on est en guerre, les gars. Si vous n'assurez pas correctement la maintenance des protecteurs, ils consomment autant de R34 que les entraîneuses du jardin d'Ève consomment de pénicilline. J'ai les gorilles d'Atlas sur le dos sans arrêt.
Oh, there's another little sister.
Cette semaine. Il faut qu'on arrive à contrôler les
Oh, that's
cours.
convenient.
Si je voulais avoir affaire à des amateurs, je serais resté à terre.
Let's do... Actually, I think we could do this. Haha, get fucked. I forgot to take a photo of you. Yeah, the little electric slide that you could do with the trapped crossbow bolts. Always nice. Always feels good. Australia Day, 1959. God bless Australia. God bless whatever's out there. You're going to bed too, Prince? Have a good night. Take it easy. Thanks for showing up.
Le boîtier est prêt. J'ai une charge de nitroglycérine dans mon bureau qui servira de catalyseur. Maintenant, il me faut 4 embouts de câble R34 pour neutraliser le circuit. Et une demi-boîte de précipité ionique. C'est ce qui fait détonner le mélange. Ça devra activer le mode compensation du noyau, faire baisser la puissance sur la ligne et déclencher le coupe-circuit de la porte de Ryan. Enfin, en théorie. Soit ça marchera comme sur des roulettes, soit la moitié de Rapture y passera. Qui ne risque rien.
There we go. Got to wait for the objective to update there. So, in other news, the Grand Sumo Tournament starts, I think the opening ceremony's on Friday. And I'll be watching a lot of that. What was it, 126? Yeah, it is. There you go. Hello, honey. Make yourself useful. Alright, there you go. A little bit of that. And another pack-a-punch. Now let's get the damage for the crossbow. Wonderful.
bâti une ville au fond de l'océan. C'est une merveille. Un autre homme s'écrase à bord d'un avion juste au-dessus de cette ville au beau milieu de l'océan. Là, il s'agirait davantage d'un miracle.
Les chromosomes de Ryan sont en train d'emmener la jeune femme. Je suis sûr que c'est une espionne.
Oh, there's a door here. There it is.
Enfin, c'est ce que je crois. Si je me trompe, une innocente finira en trophée sur les murs de Ryan. Si j'ai raison, il faut que j'ai raison. L'appareil est presque terminé. Je ne peux pas me laisser aller maintenant. Je ne dois pas.
Alright, so we got the nitroglycerin. I think we need some more ionic gel. And then we need R34 cables from Big Daddy's. Fortunately for us, we have been massacring Big Daddy's. So it's not really a big deal. We just have to remember where the bodies are. Actually, I don't care to open it. I don't care to open that. A little bit of ionic gel. Ionic gel. Spice things up in the bedroom. That ionic gel? No, it is not. Okay, let's, what can we buy here? Let us upgrade our incinerate. Two less alarm tiles. That's the only one we have? I suppose it is. Combat upgrade. Which one is it? I think it's this one. Increased damage from... Yeah, there we go. That's the one we really needed. I think that'll do it. Yeah, do we want another plasmid slot? Not really. Nope, not there. There's the ionic gel we needed. Was it upstairs? Oh, the body disappeared. Oh, that's why. Well, I still think there's a Big Daddy corpse on the other side of this hallway. I guess it's not a complete wash. There you go. Just need one more. Well, I'd hate to put you down like this, but I guess everyone's got to go sometime. There you go. Alright, that's everything we need for the EMP. Not that an EMP would ever need nitroglycerin, but, you know, whatever. Cool. Yes.
Il faudrait mieux. Vous devez le placer sur le noyau après le contrôle géothermique. Et nous verrons si ces gros malins savaient de quoi ils parlaient.
Use that auto hack, and let's go back for the one that the lady had. There you go. Let's see here. More shotgun never hurts. That should do it. Now this part's kind of a pain in the butt. This is like a weird little defense section. So let's make sure we hack these guys. Thank you. And we have 6 landmines here, so let's make sure we put them all out. All right. Boom! There goes that guy. Almost there. I like how it's my turret hurting me the most. That's wonderful.
Vous êtes si loin de votre famille, de vos amis, de tout ce que vous avez aimé. Vous aimez cet endroit sans savoir pourquoi. Vous ressentez une émotion sans pouvoir mettre le doigt dessus. Réfléchissez un instant. Le mot vous viendra peut-être à l'esprit. Nostalgie. Que vous a proposé Atlas? Une parcelle de ma ville saccagée? Vous n'entendez pas ce que je vais vous dire. Sera un sitôt planté.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's loud. Holy mama, that's loud.
Dans l'acier et le feu, mais dans l'intelligence et la volonté.
Oh my god, this guy's tanky as fuck. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. Let me in. There you go. Just ignore all those people. Okay, so if we're at Rapture Control Center, that means we have what? Maybe we can knock this out in an hour? I hope so. I want to power through. I don't want to have to play this again because it's getting late, but then it's getting to the point where there's not enough for another stream.
Il y a une saison pour toute chose. Maintenant que je vous vois, chair contre chair, sang contre sang, je sais que je ne peux lever la main sur vous. Mais sachez ceci, vous êtes ma plus grande déception. Votre maître m'entend? Atlas! Vous pouvez me tuer, mais vous n'aurez jamais ma ville. Ma force ne réside pas dans l'acier et le feu. C'est ce que vous autres, les parasites, ne comprendrez jamais. Une saison pour toute chose. Un temps pour vivre, un temps pour mourir. Un temps pour bâtir, un temps pour détruire. Venez, mon enfant, nous devons parler d'une dernière chose.
Quoi? Ce malade a déclenché l'autodestruction du noyau? Cette fois, c'est du sérieux. Rien à voir avec ce que vous avez fait. Il a l'intention de détruire toute la ville. Entrez là-dedans et neutralisez-le avant que cet endroit ne finisse avec vous autres.
L'assassin a déjoué mes dernières défenses. Et il vient me chercher. En fin de compte, qu'est-ce qui distingue l'homme de l'esclave? L'argent? Le pouvoir? Non. L'homme choisit alors que l'esclave obéit. Vous pensez avoir des souvenirs? Une ferme? Une famille? Un avion? Un accident? Et puis cet endroit. Avez-vous vraiment une famille? L'avion s'est-il écrasé ou a-t-il été détourné? Il a été irrépressiblement attiré par une chose inférieure à l'homme. Une chose conçue pour rester en sommeil, jusqu'à ce qu'une simple phrase de son maître la réveille. Va-t-on envoyer un homme pour me tuer? Ou un esclave? L'homme choisit, l'esclave obéit. Entrez. Arrêtez-vous. Je vous prie. Je vous prie. Une injonction pleine de politesse. Et pourtant irrépressible.
Je vous prie. 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 Maintenant, dirigez-vous vers le bureau de Ryan et descendez cette ordure, je vous prie.
Asseyez-vous. Je vous prie. Debout. Je vous prie. Assis. Debout. coucher. Stop. L'homme choisit. L'esclave obéit. Tuez. L'homme choisit. L'esclave obéit. Eh bien, obéissez!
Interesting that they changed the verb tense there. Time for the exposition machine, 5,000. Damn, if this machine wasn't so fucking loud, I could hear him. God damn. Interesting that the loading screen doesn't go to Fontaine Futuristics in this version. And you could tell here we're supposed to go into the vents. Right? And there's a very obvious hole right here. Fall down the hole. Can't believe this happened to us.
Bienvenue à la maison, mon garçon. Ainsi tu es revenu. Tu en veux à Fontaine, ya? Maintenant tu connais la vérité. Il se sert de toi. Il t'a fait revenir à Rapture pour le sauver, lui.
Tu as commis beaucoup de péchés, mais peut-être peux-tu racheter tes fautes.
Pendant que tu dors, je travaille sur toi. Ta psychopathologie, je l'ai inversée en partie. Fontaine n'a plus un contrôle total, mais il a peut-être encore le pouvoir de déclencher des choses très désagréables. Ton esprit, nous l'avons construit avec beaucoup de serrures et de clés. Fontaine possède la plupart de ces clés, mais pas toutes. J'ai conçu ton corps, mais c'est Souchong qui a créé ton esprit et a appris à Fontaine à le contrôler. Avec un peu de chance, tu le trouveras chez lui, dans les appartements Mercure.
Qui c'est? celui qui vous a fait du mal. Viens avec moi. Il est méchant.
And I'm so glad the city decided to make doors that are only openable by little girls. That's crazy.
Qui sait? Faut pas s'approcher de lui.
Oh, Casanova Soleil. Interesting.
Quand tu ne seras plus sous l'emprise de Fontaine, tu auras ta revanche. Et nous pourrons l'empêcher de mettre la main sur mes petites protégées.
Okay, we don't really care to interact with most of the nonsense over here. I think it's not really worth it. God damn, these guys are tanky. Jesus. Nope. Is he still alive? Yeah, he's still alive.
Fontaine est devenu une sorte de croque-mitaine à Rapture. Ce mythe lui donne du pouvoir. Mais si on gratte le vernis et qu'on oublie ses belles paroles, ce n'est qu'un arnaqueur comme les autres. Et comme tous les escrocs, il a peur de se retrouver du mauvais côté. C'est pour ça qu'il a commandé le lot 192. Dans une note, la suite pour le montage. Fontaine m'a conseillé de n'en parler à personne, pas même à Tenenbaum. Et Souchong préfère l'écouter.
Souchong lit toujours des petits secrets. Son lot 192 doit être dans son laboratoire, près de la place Apollo. Une fois, j'ai volé une note que j'ai emportée dans mon appartement au premier. Mais ces brutes l'ont sûrement rapporté chez Fontaine, au dernier étage. Je n'ai jamais su à quoi servait le lot 192. Mais si Souchong mijotait quelque chose en secret, c'est de quelque chose qu'il faudra avoir à l'œil.
Dégagez de
Okay, so I think this area is, in terms of world building, it's amazing. It's really good. In terms of gameplay, maybe it's less good.
On dirait que les choses ont mal tourné entre Fontaine et sa grande perche allemande.
Pourquoi Fontaine perd-il son temps avec cette sinistre teutonne? Alors qu'il pourrait avoir qui il veut. Franchement, c'est un mystère pour moi. Il a même changé le code de sa porte. 5744. Peut-être pour être sûr que la grande perche ne fasse plus irruption dans son jardin.
Tous les autres, regarde, détends-toi. Il reste rien.
Regarde ma maison, saccagée par Fontaine, et c'est pire. Il a certainement emporté les échantillons du lot 192 chez lui, dans sa suite luxueuse. L'entrée est dans le hall, mais cette saleté est toujours verrouillée. Tu ne vas pas me croire, mais cette ambiance de cet endroit est
Pour qui me prenez-vous? Dans la boutique congénitale, nous avons secoué le cachoir de Merpoule au moment où elle a décidé d'avoir des remords. Vous ne trouverez rien d'autre ici que ses souvenirs. Et vous pouvez me croire, vous avez tout intérêt à ne pas les connaître.
Oh, actually, there is a pack punch machine in here.
Venez dans la lumière. Allez-vous enfin prendre obéir? J'arrive, petit papillon. Je vais vous apprendre à...
So we have to piss him off to get him to come out. And I think he pops up over here. And I think you could get him with trap mines or whatever, but honestly, I think we could get him with the crossbow, probably. There we go. Because he's got a gun right here. Let's do machine gun recoil. It's because the machine gun kind of sucks without it. Shakes my screen a lot, and I don't like that. And oddly enough, this elevator slightly turns when you're in it.
Mais il ne faut plus y penser et unir nos efforts.
Man, I just love all this bullshit. Holy. Can I open this? No. There's a switch around here, probably. Hopefully, that's medical. No, that's an elevator. There it is. Is that a toilet? That is a toilet. Hmm.
les effets de la suggestion mentale sont dissipés, mais il y aura certainement des effets secondaires. Trouve la machine à plasmide la plus proche et nous pourrons évaluer les dégâts.
So this is an interesting section, I think. We have max health returned, but our plasmids change, is it every minute or 2 minutes? And this gives us access to plasmids we normally wouldn't get. That's kind of cool. And it gives us the most current version of them.
Avertissement. Toute réunion publique de plus de 4 personnes est un délit passible de poursuite.
Il est armé! Il est armé!
Yeah, hate this area. Let's go.
Les anges n'aiment pas les gros ballons.
On va se régaler, les gars. Je ne vous permets pas de me juger. Allez! J'ai besoin de parler à quelqu'un.
Walk past you. No, don't need anything actually. And we're back to normal. So this is one of those sections that the game balance starts to fall apart, where we have enemies who take way too much damage. And personally, I really dislike this part of games, because a lot of games do it. And I think one of the worst examples is oh god, what was it? I mean, I guess Destiny kind of does it, but that's like scaled. So maybe I don't really want to count that one. Well, I guess we faced it when we were also playing Fallout New Vegas. Excuse me. And it's the point where enemies have so much health on certain difficulties in certain late game areas that they're not even worth fighting anymore. Just kind of like a chore to fight them. And we've kind of reached that area. We have enough health to get us through the rest of the game. I don't think we need to do anything else, really. And, like, this guy's right at the end. Like, why would you fight him? Just walk past him. So, if I remember correctly, it's Point Prometheus, Proving Grounds, and then we're done.
Vous cherchez la bagarre. Vous l'aurez. Mais je possède tout l'attente de cette ville, mon cher. Or, il se trouve justement que...
Qu'est-ce que tu attends? Va cueillir cet idiot!
Secrétaire Tabitros, il ne devrait même pas
If only I could follow him. If only.
Si vous arrêtez, je vous laisserai se faire revoir. À vous et à votre ami allemande. Sinon, Rapture finira en aquarium.
Scheiße, tu l'as laissé filer. Laisse-moi réfléchir un instant. Ja, bien sûr. Ce ne sera pas un problème. Trouve un protecteur et fouille-le. Trouve-en un mort, de préférence. Tu vois le système de contrôle d'armure? Sercout, prends-le. C'est la première étape de ta transformation en l'un de ces ignobles protecteurs. Le seul moyen de franchir
Ooh, squid. Squid spotted.
elles ne te feront confiance que lorsque tu auras l'apparence, l'odeur et la voix d'une de ces brutes immondes. Nous avons appris aux petites sœurs à mémoriser certaines odeurs, les phéromones. Mais ça ne marche pas comme cela. Il faut 3 applications industrielles de cette substance. Ensuite, les petites seront attirées par toi comme une abeille par le miel. Tu dois trouver 3 phéromones pour empêcher autant qu'un protecteur.
Let's get more med packs. Wow, instant, dude. Whatever. Safe hacker, don't care. That guy got injected or sucked. Suppose it depends on how you view it. So we need to be like a Big Daddy. So we need to stink. Now we need armor. Oh right, and we need to destroy our vocal cords. How could I forget? I think it's in here. Sucks. Yeah, thanks. Oh, I love Big Daddy O Vision. Oh, it's gonna give me a headache. Holy shit. Oh my god, leave me alone! Just fucking die, dude. Getting ridiculous. Okay, I think it's here. Conversion.
Les bottes des protecteurs doivent être livrées ici, pas à la bibliothèque. Quelle sorte de crétin Ryan a-t-il engagé pour ce travail? Ce genre de choses n'arrivait jamais avec Fontaine.
Okay, upstairs.
C'est exactement.
Perhaps, maybe. I'm looking for a thing that looks like a fucking spatula. Oh my god, I'm getting a fucking headache from this lens. And is it? Main hall? We just came from here. Yeah, this is where we got the helmet. Excuse me. Oh, actually, photos. There you go. That'll do. To the library. Now we're loud as hell. Where are we going? Is it here? I like how that immediately fucking thanks for getting stuck on me. Is it over here? No, it's just a splicer. Just my favorite thing in the world, another splicer. There it is. Yes, put this into my throat. Mmm.
Voilà un très beau protecteur. Tu es prêt? Maintenant, dirige-toi vers l'aération près du terrain d'essai pour appeler une petite sœur.
Oh my god, I love Houdini splicers. Okay. Let's... And we're broke. Actually, $20. That'll do it. So this is the point of the game where enemies no longer attack us on sight, but we're stuck in this ridiculous costume with a vignette that is so bad it makes me wonder who decided this was okay. I suppose this is a decent example of, like, you know, becoming the boss. You are the big daddy, but your weapons just don't change. And with your weapons not changing, you're just kind of like, alright, well, what now? On to the gauntlets. Now, I don't know how this is really supposed to work, where it's like, alright, for some reason, only the little sister can take you to Fontaine? I don't know. Not a helmet. We're wearing the full suit. We put on the diving suit, and then we ripped out our vocal cords, and then we sprayed pheromones on ourselves. Yeah, you can still see our hands because they didn't have enough time to actually develop the models or the weapons either.
Les anges aiment pas les gros ballots. Monsieur P, je vois des anges qui dansent dans le ciel.
Mental touchant les pousse à poursuivre leurs horribles besoins. Ils ne pourront jamais expier de tels péchés.
Il y a des anges qui veulent un bisou. Allez, Monsieur P,
So this is kind of... I don't know. I think they ran out of ideas, to be honest. And this is where the game kind of falls apart for me. Now it's tower defense.
Volant, Monsieur P. Les anges aiment pas les gros balourds.
Yeah, I like how you could still see our sweater too. Not just our hands, our whole freaking sweater.
Vite, vite, Monsieur P.
Can we pick up our own mines? No.
Il y a des anges qui veulent un bisou. Vite, vite, Monsieur P. Il faut y aller, Monsieur P.
Flamethrower turret. Nice. Oddly enough, there's only two or three flamethrower turrets in the entire game.
Les anges aiment pas les gros balourds.
I wonder how all the splicers know that she's gathering. Is it like smelly?
Il faut y aller, Monsieur P. Vite, vite, Monsieur P.
Ow.
Vite, Monsieur P.
Keep walking, kid.
Qui danse dans le ciel. Allez, Monsieur P.
Okay, shit. Go. Oh, there's a big daddy over there.
Monsieur P. Il y a des anges.
I wonder if big daddies are like... what's the word? Angry with each other? Girl, get out of my way.
Vite, vite, Monsieur P. Vite, Monsieur P. Je vois des anges qui dansent dans le ciel.
Girl, get the fuck away from me. I like how she's body blocking me. That's just great. Dude, I can't see shit.
Il faut y aller, Monsieur P.
Get away from me. Dude, I hate that she has collision. Why does she have collision?
Trop loin, monsieur P. Les anges n'aiment pas les gros ballons. Il faut y aller, monsieur P. Il a l'air...
Oh, is she gonna die? I hope you die. Little shit. Go. Oh right, we have to fight a big daddy. How could I forget? Guy's just pissed. There. Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Monsieur P, je vois des anges qui dansent dans le ciel.
Pour les travailleurs et les gratte-papiers. Encore. J'en veux. Jusqu'à ce qu'il ne reste plus rien à s'injecter.
Oh my god, I hope you fucking die. Holy shit. Get the fuck away from me. Get in the fucking hole.
Tu dois utiliser l'aiguille de la petite sœur pour prendre son ado à Fontaine. C'est le seul moyen de le vaincre. Fontaine t'attend maintenant. Ça y est, c'est le point de non-retour. Prépare-toi bien avant de poursuivre ton périple.
Final boss. Don't be surprised, this guy sucks. Even the dev said so.
Je me souviens du jour où je vous ai mis dans ce sous-marin avec la moche. Ça fait à peine 2 ans, ouais. Vous étiez mon atout majeur. Mais aussi ce qui se rapprochait le plus d'un fils pour moi. C'est ce qui fait le plus mal. La trahison. La vie ne se résume pas qu'aux affaires.
Wow, loading screen into elevator into loading screen. That's just great. Man, if only he learned I could just walk sideways. Time for Cool Ranch Dorito flavor. Except this time, he's all security on us. Yeah, well, the tutorials are on. And the game's over. There you go.
Je vous ai créé. Je vous ai envoyé là-haut. Je vous ai fait revenir pour vous montrer qui vous étiez, de quoi vous étiez capable. La vie que vous pensez avoir vécue, je l'ai imaginée et imprimée dans votre esprit. Si ce n'est pas ça,
How does he not notice these little girls just...
Elles t'ont tout donné, n'est-ce pas? Et en retour, tu leur as offert ce que tu as toujours donné. La brutalité.
Come here! I'm gonna turn you into a fucking slug.
Tu as eu ce que tu voulais. Tout là-dedans, tout le pouvoir. Et Rapture a tremblé. Mais au bout du compte, Rapture, ça ne te suffisait pas. Ton père était terrifié à l'idée que le monde puisse découvrir les secrets de cette ville. Mais pas toi, car toi tu t'es approprié les plus terribles secrets du monde.
That feels like such like a we didn't know how to end it. We just alright, in the bad ending you just I don't know, you just nuked the world. I don't know. Or something. Right? Like they were like, yeah, I don't know. An ICBM. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. You're just bad. I don't know. So that was Bioshock remastered. Let me turn this fucking music down. Jesus Christ. So I don't know. I don't want to say it's my favorite game, because it's not. I don't even want to say it's a good game, because I think it falls off so hard at the end that it just kind of puts a sour taste in my mouth when I finish the game. Like, every time I play this game, the first 3 hours are just excellent, and I love it. I'm like, man, this game is great. But once you reach 2/3 of the way through the game, like, you could tell they ran out of gas, and the game suffers for it. And you're like, yeah, okay, here's a plot twist, whatever. But the areas are just full of, like, nonsense. And you saw there at the end, we just ran past everything. Because why would you fight it? You know, why would you go through the trouble of fighting it? And it feels really frustrating for it. So I think we remember the game a lot more fondly because of that. And people who come back to the game and they boot it up and they're like, wow, this is such a good game. And then they don't play it. They don't finish it. But yeah, I think it's nice that it exists. I liked it a lot more when I was younger. But it's clumsy, right? It's unpolished. It's good. The spark is there, but it's not quite there yet. I think Bioshock 2 fixes a lot of those problems. I think it fixes the gameplay problems. Because like in this game, you saw me switching in the menus on what I was going to use. And that's just because it feels so clunky switching from your hand to your gun to your hand to your gun. And then rotating from the selection in that. I never thought I'd say this, but the console controls are better than the PC controls for a game. And that this is an example of it. In terms of how oh man, what am I looking for? I'm glad that I was able to watch the devs talk about it, because I think the story behind the game is more interesting than the game. And this is one of those games, this is like Seinfeld, right? I think that once this game came out, other games tried to copy it, and I think other games did it better. And when the dev was saying, you know, meta commentary as to player agency, and the only thing the player can really do is stop playing the game, I think that Spec Ops The Line, which came out 4 years after this, 5 years after this, I think that did the meta commentary over player agency better than Bioshock did. Right? I think that's the more influential just stop playing the game. Right? And maybe it's because it's so pervasive and a lot of people tried to copy this game that this game almost seems cliche at this point. You know? But then they were right. In 2005 or 6 when they were developing this game, yeah, no one had done what they wanted to do. But now people have done what they wanted to do and better. Right? Less clunky, a little bit more polish all around. You know, stories that mean things. But I still think it's an important lesson to learn that they made the game from the environment up. Not the story first. They made it from the environment upwards. Andrew Ryan was only made to serve as justification for the location. Which I think is really funny, because a lot of people think are like, oh, the devs are based. They love individualism. They love Andrew Ryan. And it's like, no, Andrew Ryan was a character to them. I wish I could find footage of that original Atlas, the Southern Atlas. But that probably never left the studio. We're never gonna see that. Yeah. So, in other news, I have a capture card that I got working. And it works. My other one stopped working. This new one works, but it only works in black and white. So, you know, fuck me, I guess. Let's load up the museum. This is our last little bit of the game here. Because, yeah, they added a museum. So these are the different types of Big Daddies. Of course, here's the original Big Daddy in 3D model. You can see it's a little bit rough, some unfinished textures around. You know, but the general shape is all there. They have concept art behind it. This is the Rumbler. And the Rumbler, you could see they even finished the model, but it wasn't even rigged until the second game. That's when they actually animated it and made miniature turrets for it. These are the original Little Sisters. They're just slugs with teeth. You could see why people didn't really care about them. It was just fight the boss to get to it. Little concept art there. More Big Daddy concepts. I always love the nautical art. I think it looks good, but I think sometimes they go a little bit too far, like this one with the tentacles coming out. Looks more like a Soma creature, to be honest. This was a grenade splicer. Supposed to be a grenade splicer. Exaggerated style. Doesn't really fit into the game with its silhouette. I think most of the silhouettes are kind of realistic in this game. Not until the second one that you have the brutes that are a little bit bigger. Hooker splicer. These are probably the ones before the spider splicer became a thing. Very Cenobite inspired. Rosy concepts. So in this one, it's more of a splicer. And in these, this is where you get the diving suit. Stitchy. Yeah, I'm kind of glad they shied away from these silly outlines. Because these silhouettes, I mean, the art is there. Like, I could see these guys being in a game, but it doesn't match Bioshock. Who's this guy? Ah, this was one of the first ones. I'm pretty sure he's pretty close to the Fisherman Splicer, but a little bit more detailed. Here's some body horror stuff. Slime from the slug. Okay, a little too mechanical on the knees. That's just kind of gross. Oh, that one has like hairy balls too. That's crazy. I don't even know what's going on with that there. Yam hand. So you could tell this was like Tyrant. This was meant to be Tyrant. Very, very Tyrant inspired. But yeah, I'm glad they actually made a little museum. I think it's a charming thing that they did. But that's really all there is. So the remaster, of course, comes with just more modern running hardware. Yeah, supports higher resolutions. And then, of course, it has the museum, developer commentary. And then for a while, it made you install the stupid 2K launcher, but then they patched that out, so that's pretty good. Thank God. Yeah. So let me switch to the chatting screen. I'll say goodbye, and then we'll be done because it is almost 4 in the morning here. Jesus Christ, what was I thinking? What was I thinking streaming so late? I'm crazy. So, thanks for joining me. I hope you liked the documentary. I hope you liked the game. I don't think it's the best game in the world, but I think it's decent. I think it's all right. Snacks, go the fuck to bed. Thanks for being here, Prince. See you. Nick's already gone. Actually, but they're both in bed. Yeah, thanks for being here. I didn't think I'd do a late night stream, but I had the itch. So see you later. Goodbye. Oh, new ending screen, by the way.